Alright, good morning. I see a couple people. Vikram, good morning. And oh, I'm glad. I didn't know if our clone was up on CBT Nuggets yet or not, but I'm glad to see that it is. I will just take your word for it. I am ill-prepared. Yesterday, my main work monitor failed completely, so now I have an like 10 or 12-year-old monitor that is kind of faded, and it's going to work today. I have another one shipped on the way, and then my new monitor from Dell that I use over here for like non-recording work. All of a sudden, every hour, 2 hours, sometimes every 20 minutes, it just blinks off. I probably mentioned it in the live stream before. It just blinks off for like 5 seconds, but it's usually in the middle of me typing something important, and I have to just wait, and then it comes back on. And granted, it teaches me patience, but it also kind of messes with my productivity. So, Dell has another monitor being shipped, and CBT is shipping me another work monitor, and soon things will be great. But right now, it's just a chaotic mess. My desk is piled full of just cruddy junk, and it doesn't really fit well, and my monitor is sitting on top of my mixer, and it's a mess, but we're going to do our best. If anybody is listening right now, could you tell me, is my audio really, really staticky? It was earlier, and I think I fixed it. But do I sound normal? I guess that's my normal for me, I guess. Also, I lost my water bottle, and my coffee isn't quite done brewing yet, so yeah. Also, I have this on ultra low latency this week, so if the video gets messed up or buffers a ton, let me know. But I was hoping it would coincide the actual me-ness with the chat window instead of having, like, sometimes there was like a 35 second delay. So we'll see how the ultra low latency setting works. It's a test. You are my guinea pigs. Anyway, today we're gonna be installing HomeAssistant, which I've done a ton of times, but it's at the perfect platform to start my IntraNet of Things, and yeah, it should be really good. No, my dogs are barking to go outside. I'm gonna go let them out, and I'll get some coffee. Actually, we'll go make sure the coffee cam is working. I think it's working. Yes, that's my kitchen. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna go outside. Alrighty. Hello. A regular old brewed coffee. My espresso machine, fancy as it is still at my daughter's house from her wedding. Actually, it's not her house anymore. She moved in with her husband. My other daughters live there now, and my espresso machine is still there. That's alright. This is good coffee. Fresh ground beans. Mm. Not bad. Alright, I'm just going to start on my morning things here. Feel free to blink the light or try to... Well, this there you can see it, okay. Hopefully that doesn't make it staticky. Alright, we're fine. Now... Okay, so that's not the right link anymore. Skill title should answer a statement. Exam domain rejected? No. Should make slides now. Hey, Lewis. It looks like there's not a whole lot of everyone to say hi to, but that's all right. Oh, let me switch to. So I'm just working on HomeAssistant, actually getting my course ready or the skill ready. Why do I not have? There it is, Photoshop. Wow, that is gorgeous. It is not that warm here. I think it's above freezing, though. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 29 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, it's 29.
Expect a high of 40 degrees.
But
Have a good morning.
So 29 now, it's going to get up to 40. So it's below freezing, but it's going to get to above freezing. Alright, so the first step is going to be... oh, pardon me. Alright. platforms, smart things. Alexa. Oh. Alright, pictures of smart hubs. Alright, I gotta find a Raspberry Pi. I know I have a bunch. Hopefully I can find a version 3. Look at this, brand new. And this is the one that comes with Wi-Fi, I believe. Yes. Alright, good. So I don't know about you, but I'm the kind of nerd that just has brand new unopened Raspberry Pis in a drawer in his office. And I have no shame in that game. So, Raspberry Pi. I also have the Nano, which I haven't ever, or Nano Pi. What can this even do? Oh, that is pretty tiny. I'll have to do something fun with that too. I forgot I had it. Okay. What is this one? This is a... Oh, this is an older one. I might use this case though. Oh, another one. This is also a Raspberry B Plus. Is that what this is? B Plus. Yeah. Does this fit the B Plus? I feel like this should fit. Ha ha ha! Wow, that fits nice. I bet there were screws to this at some point. I even have a noob's installer SD card. I just got all kinds of crap. Alright. That'll work. I might be running low on high amperage power supplies. Oh, let's see who's there. Yes, hello. Oh, my hardware problem. I'm sorry, Lewis, I missed that. So my hardware problems are my my monitor, my main work monitor, it's a really wide, it's a 34 or 36 inch wide curved LG panel that I use for like editing and stuff. Just completely died. The power went out for like 20 seconds yesterday, and the power blink, when it came back on, it will not power up. I think it probably just tripped an internal fuse, but it's not a user serviceable part. It's a work monitor, so I'm actually shipping it to headquarters, and they can try to get it fixed and using it at headquarters. Really nice monitor. It's really, really wide, so they're actually going to send me a replacement that is the same size as this other one, which I'm not going to lie, the OCD in my head is going to be really happy with two identical monitors on either side of my streaming monitor right here. But yeah, it just completely quit. And then my newer work monitor, I removed the power plug. I waited an hour. And I tested. It has an external. It's one of the ones that has an external wall wart transformer. So I checked to make sure, and 19 volts is coming out just like it's supposed to. I think it just somehow the power fluctuation just tripped an internal fuse. So yeah, I tried to unplug it and wait a while, and it won't turn back on. So anyway, there's a new one on the way. Right now I have a smaller, kind of janky old monitor that's sitting there. It'll work. It's just not ideal, and the contrast is really messed up. It's not great. I wouldn't want to work on it every day forever, but for the short term, it'll work. Okay, boys and girls, this is not an ideal way to make your power work, but sometimes when you're outside at a bird bath and you really want to plug something in, you make poor choices. Anyway, this is the only Raspberry Pi power supply I have left, so I need to clean it up a little bit. Ugh, I made a mess of it with duct tape. Yeah, and the monitor, so here's the deal too. I have a feeling if I were to crack the case on the back, it would probably be an easy fix. But since it's a work monitor, I don't really feel quite comfortable doing that. And our IT guy just wants me to ship it back. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to ship it back. And it's a few years old, but it shouldn't be. It's not bad. It's a good monitor. And it was working perfectly before the power blinked, so I'm confident that nothing really got fried. So somebody at headquarters will get a really nice, super wide 21:9 ratio monitor out of the deal. Alright. Oh, it's sticky. Ugh. So gross. Alright. I'm not going to use that. No, I'll use that. I'll keep some of these out. I'll keep the clear one out. Alright. 24-inch HP monitor fails power. Oh, you know, so it's possible actually that as soon as I ship this, in the time that it takes for it to get back to Oregon, they'll plug it in and be like, "This works fine, Sean. What's wrong with you?" And I'll say, there's so much wrong with me that I'm not sure I can answer that really quickly." All right, I'm gonna go get some acetone to clean up the stickiness, and I'll meet you I'll meet you back here. I guess no, I'm not gonna put on the dog music. That's annoying. I'm just gonna leave my headset on, and I'll be back ASAP. I'll keep talking. I don't know if it's gonna work the whole time, but I'm gonna go get my wife's fingernail polish remover. Come on in, dogs. Come on. My only concern with the fingernail polish remover is it might melt the case of the power supply too. Not sure if you can still hear me or not. Apologize if I'm all staticky. All right, 100% acetone. I'll also get rubbing alcohol just in case, but I don't think that's going to cut the mustard. And I'm back. So, it's kind of cool. You know, I've been working on the Internet of Things, and I haven't been recording videos yet, but I've been learning and doing things that I hadn't done in the house before. And so, now, a lot of the really inexpensive motion sensors, like I got 3 of them, I've installed a few. It's so nice because now when I walk into a room, the lights come on, and then 10 minutes after I leave, they go off. It's going to be really nice. I wish I would have done this years ago with, I wish I would have done this years ago when my kids were younger and left the lights on constantly, but such is life. Alcohol in a live stream. That's true. Also acetone. It could be a messed up party. So today on Water Cooler Wednesday, we learn about solvents and whether or not alcohol will remove duct tape stickiness. And I don't think it will, but like I said, I don't know if you could hear me. My fear is the acetone is going to actually melt the case. So I'll try alcohol first. Yeah. Walter White. Live streaming may not be the best way to avoid the authorities in that regard. Maybe live streaming from an RV in the middle of the desert with a prepaid hotspot. Yeah, that did absolutely nothing. So, acetone it is. Well, this is 70% alcohol. I could sell this on the streets. The coronavirus panic is making every bit of alcohol and hand sanitizer in the store, it's just gone. Yeah, that was my concern. Dang it. Alright. So apparently I need something between alcohol and acetone. Just going to scrape it off. Sean, why does it look like your power supply was melted? Well, because I melted it. So this is one of the CanaKit power supplies, and so this is an older one apparently, because I think now when you get a new CanaKit, oh, what was this? Packing tape to remove the glue. Oh. Oh yeah, with only my knickers on. Yeah, that was an awkward first episode. Anyway, I don't have packing tape either, but I'm just gonna scrape it with my knife. I really hate sticky, so I really don't want there to be any glue residue. Oh, anyway, the CanaKit, or CanaKit, I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but it's cool because now their new power supplies, I believe, come producing 5.1 volts, which is nice because any loss then doesn't affect the Raspberry Pi. It'll actually, sometimes you get a little bit of loss in the cable, or it doesn't quite deliver 100%, or your house voltage is a little bit low, so the transformer doesn't produce quite 5. So they are designed to produce 5.1 volts in 2.5 amps, And that means that you almost always get a really consistent power supply. This is one of the older ones that just produces 5 volts, but I've never had a problem with my house current. So it's fine. I got it off. Plus, I got to use a knife. That was fun. And I don't know where my knife sharpener is, but oh well. Okay, just got a text message I heard. Oh, she's having fun. All right, I'm gonna go put the acetone back so my wife doesn't get mad at me. Be right back. Look at me putting things away. All right. Okay, let's move this. All right, that was my cool water bottle. When I drink one, I get to flip a band up, and that's how I keep track of how much water I drink in a day. It's low tech, and I think kind of genius. All right, now the thing is, we're not going to use noobs, so I don't necessarily want to. It's 16 gigs. Huh? I mean, it's cute because it has, the Raspberry Pi logo on it. But that's probably not what I need to use. That's 64 gig. Should have some. Wait. Oh, there's one literally in this. Let's see what's in it. It's a pretty nice card. It's a 32 gig Evo. Let's see. Alright. So, in this, what is BCN? What are these? Instructions. What are the instructions? Oh no, this is a noobs card. Alright. And then boot. Alright. Alright, cool. That'll work. So I have a card. Oh, I'm gonna need a card reader over here because I need to record doing it. Okay. I must have an SD reader somewhere. It seems like every time I order an SD card, it comes with like a little USB adapter for a reader. But now that I need one, do you think I can find one? Oh, oh. Oh, that is one, but that's going to be a crammed fit. Let's see if I have another one. My office is still trashed from getting all my camera stuff out for my daughter's wedding. Apparently not in here. Nope, nope, nope. Alright, well this one will have to do. How difficult is it to get in and out? I guess that's not bad. See, it just like crams right into the, I don't know if you can see that. Right into like the USB part. Oh, getting it out might be the issue. See, it's compact, I'll give it that. Okay. I'll just show that, but I'll actually use this one. Alright, let's get the... So this is the... I'm using actually a phone as my overhead, like, sky cam for looking down when I'm doing stuff on a desk. And well, let's see, sky view. Oh yeah, I guess I need to turn it up. Do I have to have iTunes started? No. Please enter it. No. I don't want that. I want it to connect via USB. know what? Technology sucks sometimes. Oh, there. Of course, it just connected because I did nothing at all. Ha! All right. Whatever. Whatever. And my monitor being messed up has really just screwed up my entire desk experience here. Nope. Okay, why is it? Oh, 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 oh. There, alright. Have to do that here. Alright. will work. Alright, I need to somehow plug this into my computer down there and still have it up here. I don't know if it's long enough, my extension. We'll soon see. Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. It's long enough. Awesome. All right. Oh. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's this. Okay, the phone is showing up. Well, that sucks. Move you up there. Which means all of you need to move up here. Why is it not switching? Technology. really am here. So first things first, why use Raspberry Pi, or why use Home Assistant is my first. Oh my gosh. Alright, and now
Ding dong, there's someone at the door.
alright, cool. So that's what I'm gonna use for. Oh, cool, I can actually show it because the motion sensor will detect. Nice. Oh, sorry. Let's see. Lower band. Oh, Lewis, thank you. I totally missed that. All right. That should switch properly now. After it goes through another loop. Yes, I use OBS for basically everything. I love OBS. It's open source, but it's so powerful. So this is OBS. I actually record CBT Nugget stuff with OBS as well, because yeah, it's awesome. And I use actually it's interesting. I don't know if I've talked about this before, but this microphone I use the same audio source when I'm recording Nuggets as when I'm live streaming, because my wireless receiver, it's a Shure PDX something or other over here. It's a Shure PGX D4 digital wireless system, and what's nice is it has two outputs. It has a quarter-inch jack and an XLR, so they're both active at the same time. And so I just take the two outputs. I put one into a mixer into a Scarlett mixer that connects to my recording machine, and then the quarter-inch one goes over to, I use a Behringer little mixer that yeah, so I use a Behringer mixer for the live stream. So one source, two streams or two recordings. It's really, really convenient. Oh, I gotta stay there. All right. All right, I'm just about ready to record, I guess. Okay. Now, as we start learning about the Internet of Things, I'm actually, oh shoot, that is not good. That went right over top of the thing. All right. Now, as we start learning about the Internet of Things, you're probably going to hear me say IntraNet of Things because I'm a cheesy guy, but also because I really like the idea of using something that we completely control in-house that doesn't rely on outside things like a cloud service based on somebody else's servers. So what we're going to use as our platform is HomeAssistant. Now, we don't have to use HomeAssistant. Now, we don't have to use Home Assistant. There are other options out there, but it's a really nice open source, very flexible platform that's going to allow us to do a lot of things that we could do with a commercial product, but we're going to be able to do it with control in mind. So basically, what am I talking about? Well, we have the cloud, right? And we have the Internet of Things, and you're familiar with a lot of these, right? This is Alexa. And in the background, she just went on because I said her name. There's smart things. By Samsung. Apple has their HomePod. And there's a bunch of other things like Google Home and all those things. And what they do is allow you to control your home or control your online stuff by connecting to their own cloud-based internet service servers, right? When they do voice recognition, it all happens up in the cloud. When they do processing, it all happens up in the cloud. They're basically just a conduit from you up to them and then back. So they do all of the heavy lifting, which means they also have all of your data. Now, the nice thing about Home Assistant, again, the platform that we're going to look at, is that everything is local. It doesn't rely on the cloud at all. You have a server. The server controls things like your local lights or your switches or your automations, whatever you want to do. It's all done in-house. So if you don't have an internet connection, it's still going to work, because that's one of the other problems. Not only do they have access to your data when you're using these things, also if your internet connection goes down, all of a sudden you can't turn your lights on and off, which is a super annoying thing to have happen, and it's happened to me. So I'm just going to tell you, it's really nice to have everything done in-house, and Home Assistant is great for that. And just because it's open source does not mean it's not a robust product. And just because it's an open source project doesn't mean that it's not robust and well thought out and well designed and well maintained. In fact, it's incredibly well maintained. It's very popular, and a lot of And just because it's open source does not mean that it's not robust and powerful and well designed. For example, this is my actual Home Assistant that I use at my house. You can see a couple of the different things. There's actually a camera that's in my kitchen. That's a live view of my kitchen right now that I can view from anywhere in the world. And you'll see I have all of these different sensors and lights and everything all set up. It's a really easy interface to use. It has a nice mobile app that we can use. So there's no reason that Home Assistant should be considered second rate. In fact, it's more powerful than the others because of the flexibility that we're providing. In fact, let's do a quick demonstration. Here are my, this is my office motion sensor. Notice I'm holding really still, so it's not showing any motion right now. But let's turn off my office lights. So I'm going to turn all the office lights off here. And you can see it's actually pretty dark in my office, and this is a terrible view. But if I were to move my hand and it would sense the motion, well, look at that. It turns on my office automatically, and it didn't need anything to go to the cloud in order to activate that script, that automation that turned all of my lights on. So while it may take a little bit more work to use Home Assistant as your home automation platform, the advantages are so worth it. You have local control. You can actually create your own scripts with programming if you wanted to do something it doesn't already do. Plus, it's open source, and that just makes me at least a lot more confident using this with something that's in my house. And no, I don't want that either. So for all those reasons, Home Assistant is really an incredible platform to base your automation on, whether it's in your home or your office, your business, because it gives you privacy. Everything is stored locally. It is powerful. You can actually write your own scripts to do things because it's an open platform. So Home Assistant is what we're going to use, and in our next nugget, we're going to start installing it. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. All right. Cool, cool, cool. So that's one. Let's edit that up. All right. Oh no, I didn't check the audio. I hope it's good. It was bad earlier. And shoot. Conduit from you up to them and then back. So they do all of the heavy lifting, which means they also. Nice. So earlier when I was setting up the stuff, and like I said, I had audio problems and I was having hardware problems, I forgot that on my recording computer, it sounded like that when I was talking. So I was like, eek. If I just recorded a whole nugget and my audio was bad, it's going to be a bummer. But it seems to be good. So, okay, let's. Bum, 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 bum. This monitor is so small. I mean, it's 1080p, but I'm used to like a 4K monitor, so trying to get my video editing stuff all on here is challenging. Now, as we start learning about the IntraNet of Things, you're probably going to hear me say IntraNet of Things because I'm a cheesy guy, but also because I really like the idea of using something that we completely control in-house that doesn't rely on outside things like a cloud service based on somebody else's servers. On outside things like a cloud service based on somebody else's servers. So what we're going to use as our platform is Home Assistant. Now, we don't have to use Home Assistant. No, we don't. Home Assistant. We don't have. No. Uses our platform is Home Assistant. No, we don't have to use Home Assistant. Now, we don't have to use Home Assistant. Now, we don't have to use Home Assistant. No. Platform is Home Assistant. Now, we don't have to use Home Assistant. There are other options out there, but it's a really nice open source, very flexible platform that's going to allow us to do a lot of things that we could do with a commercial product, but we're going to be able to do it with control in mind. But we're going to be able to do it with control in mind. So basically, what am I talking about? Well, we have the cloud, right? We have the Internet of Things, and you're familiar with a lot of these, right? This is Alexa. Right, this is Alexa, and in the background she just went on because I said her name. There's Smart Things by Samsung. There's Smart Things by Samsung. Apple has their HomePod. Apple has their HomePod, and there's a bunch of other things like Google Home and all those things. And what they do is allow you to control your home or control your online stuff by connecting to their own cloud-based internet service servers, right? When they do voice recognition, internet service their own cloud-based internet servers, right? Their own cloud-based servers, right? When they do voice recognition, it all happens up in the cloud. When they do processing, it all happens up in the cloud. They're Hey, Kyle. basically just a conduit.
Hope everything's going well with you as well. Things are going pretty good. Had hardware issues this morning, but we're on track with a tiny temporary monitor and things like that.
Up in the cloud. They're basically just a conduit from you up to them and then back. So they do all of the heavy lifting, which means they also have all of your data. Now, the nice thing about Home Assistant, again, the platform that we're going to look at, is that everything is local. It doesn't rely on the cloud at all. You have a server. The server controls things like your local lights or your switches or your automations, whatever you want to do. It's all done in-house. So if you don't have an internet connection, it's still going to work, because that's one of the other problems. Not only do they have access to your data when you're using these things, also if your internet connection goes down, all of a sudden you can't turn your lights on and off, which is a super annoying thing to have happen, and it's happened to me. So I'm just going to tell you, it's really nice to have everything done in-house, and Home Assistant is great for that. And just because it's open source doesn't Home Assistant is great for that. And just because it's and just because
I think third time was a charm.
house and Home Assistant is great for that. And just because it's open source does not mean that it's not robust and powerful and well designed. For example, this is my actual Home Assistant that I use at my house. You can see a couple of the different things. There's actually a camera that's in my kitchen. That's a live view of my kitchen right now that I can view from anywhere in the world. And you'll see I have all of these different sensors and lights and everything all set up. It's a really easy interface to use. It has a nice mobile app that we can use. So there's no reason that Home Assistant should be considered second rate. In fact, it's more powerful than the others because of the flexibility that we're providing. In fact, let's do a quick demonstration. Here are my, this is my office motion sensor. Notice I'm holding really still, so it's not showing any motion right now. But let's turn off my office lights. So I'm going to turn all the office lights off here. And you can see it's actually pretty dark in my office, and this is a terrible view. But if I were to move my hand and it would sense the motion, well, look at that. It turns on my office automatically, and it didn't need anything to go to the cloud in order to activate that script, that automation that turned all of my lights on.
So while it may take a little bit more work to use Home Assistant as your home automation platform, the advantages are so worth it. You have local control. You can actually trying to talk the wife into getting an espresso machine similar to yours. So far, no luck. Oh, Kyle. So here's the deal. You know, my daughter, maybe you don't know this, but my daughter got married, I guess it's 2 weeks ago now. And it was at our farmhouse, which is like a half-hour drive away. Well, for the like preliminaries, like when they're getting their hair done at the farmhouse and stuff, they took my really fancy espresso machine to the farmhouse so that they could have espresso and fancy drinks and everything. It has not come back to my house, so I'm currently without an espresso machine, but that's okay. My other daughters actually live at the farmhouse right now, so they have fancy coffee every morning. And I'll be honest, I don't usually drink fancy coffees anymore, like with milk and sweetener and all that stuff. So I don't know. So it's there for now. I don't have one either, so I don't know if misery loves company, but hey. The advantages are so... Well, for all those reasons, Home Assistant... Well, look at that. It turns on my office automatically, and it didn't need anything to go to the cloud in order to activate that script, that automation that turned all of my lights on. So for all those reasons, Home Assistant is really an incredible platform to base your automation on, whether it's in your home or your office, your business, because it gives you privacy. Everything is stored locally. It is powerful. You can actually write your own scripts to do things because it's an open platform. So Home Assistant is what we're going to use, and in our next nugget, we're going to start installing it. Next nugget, we're going to start installing it. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. Cool, cool, cool. Video 1 is finished, it's finished, it's finished. A pod-based coffee machine. There's a difference between very short and powerful espressos and very small cups. That's true. And I can only drink espresso occasionally. It is, I don't know, I like to drink it for a longer amount of time, so I like to spread it out for a long time. I like Americanos best. If I was to choose like the coffee I like, either made with an AeroPress, which is delicious but time consuming, but an Americano, so basically espresso with water, is my drink of choice. But yeah, I've seen, Lewis, I've seen your coffee, and even though it's a pod-based thing, it looks pretty tasty. Like, I mean, pretty high-quality stuff is what it looks like, so. Yeah, that's really what I usually use. Right now, I just have tea. All right, so I also drink a lot of tea. Apparently, I just have a drinking problem. I drink a lot of tea as well. In fact, I have every so often I have to like cull my cupboards from all the different teas that I get. Every once in a while, I'll be in a mood where I just drink, straight up black tea for a long time. Sometimes I go crazy. My tea of choice is usually like a chocolate mint black tea, some sort of mix that either I have a custom mix that I make or buy it from Harney and Sons. I like Harney and Sons tea quite a bit. But I'll usually drink more tea in the wintertime, and I'll drink coffee in the summertime, because in the summertime I drink a lot of iced tea, which I think iced tea is largely an American thing. I don't know that a lot of other places drink a ton of iced tea, but that's something that I really enjoy a lot. Nespresso ristretto pods. So ristretto, doesn't that mean like it's like a short pull? I think it's like a ristretto because my mother-in-law, when she orders coffee, like a latte at a coffee shop, I get her a ristretto. Ristretto is what I say. I probably say it wrong. And I think it's just like a short pull on the espresso machine, like 15 seconds instead of 30 or something like that. I don't know. My coffee newbieism is probably showing a little bit. Anyway, I wish you guys could see my, and I mean you'll probably eventually see it if you're a CBT Nuggets person, but Home Assistant is just really awesome. It has this great layout. I just I don't know, can I actually show? So yeah, you can't really see much. Sorry, it's kind of a weird view, but it's this really cool interface that is web-based, but it also works in an app, and the app has a similar kind of interface. It's just really cool. I'm a huge fan. Level 10 strength. So that was okay. So I think is ristretto and ristretto. Gosh, my Italian terms are going bad or whatever. But is it because it's a short pull and so it doesn't get a lot of extra water in it? Like you just start and it's a short pull, so it's super strong. Is that the deal? Yeah, Home Assistant. So I don't know why it's not like I know why it's not taking over the world because it's not commercial, right? You can't just you can't buy it and get support for it, but it's amazingly powerful. I'm a huge fan of it for the reasons that I was just recording. It requires no cloud-based interaction at all, which is great for privacy, which is great for your data staying your data, but also great because it doesn't rely on somebody else's servers to do the work for you. You don't have to have an internet connection. You don't have to hope that your OAuth tokens stay connected to their outside servers, etc., etc. But anyway, yeah, I'm a huge Home Assistant fan, and actually, I didn't know about Home Assistant. It's Adam, one of our guys on the training team. He's not actually a trainer, but he's one of our learning team. I don't remember what our teams are called, but he's somebody I work with all the time. Adam introduced me to Home Assistant, and man, I've never looked back. It's awesome. I actually started. I've been using smart home stuff for years, right? Because I'm a nerd, right? That's what you do. You buy the latest hardware and you play with it in your house. So I started with smart things, Samsung smart things, because at the time it seemed the most open because you could do some programmatic stuff. You had to use their cloud-based stuff, but at least you had some interaction with your hardware. So most of my home automation is done with smart things, but I'm slowly weaning everything from smart things into Home Assistant and trying not to tick my family off because they're used to all the automations that take place with smart things. So I'm trying to make it transparent as I go. Like right now, all the kitchen light automations, motion sensors, all that stuff, all that is done with Home Assistant, but they don't know the difference because I just try to make it smooth. The thing I haven't done yet, and I'll be doing that for CBT Nuggets, even though everything can be done locally, my family but my family uses the voice communication a lot, like with Google Home. And so I am going to show how to connect it. There's a service, a cloud-based service that makes it easy, but I'm going to do it the hard way where you actually have to create an online app, and that app with OAuth tokens and stuff, and you set it up so that you can then communicate back and forth with Home Assistant. So I'm going to do that, and that's going to make it easier for me to continue with the transition from smart things into Home Assistant for my home. So anyway. My friend has done some rules like this. You switch on the induction pad, it switches on the exhaust. Yeah, those are really useful things. So, okay, Lewis, now I have a question. So, do you have an induction stove? Because that's my next goal, is to get an induction stove top for our kitchen. Right now I have a natural gas stove, which works nice, don't get me wrong, but I really like the idea of induction for multiple reasons. One, I hate cleaning the stupid grates on our grill. When stuff falls in there, it's a pain in the butt to get to. I want to have a flat top stove. But I'm no, you do gas. Okay. Have you cooked on one? I haven't cooked on one either, but I'm really interested in that. The only thing is, I assume that with an induction stovetop, it uses just an electric oven, and electric ovens are fine. I don't have a problem with an electric oven. In fact, I want to have one of the ovens that have 2 doors, so you can actually cook at different temperatures, so that I could be cooking bread and dinner at the same time, that sort of a thing. So anyway, don't have induction pans. Yeah, I think that the pans we have will work with an induction stove, but I'm not 100% positive. I think they're Ferris. They're all Ferris based, so they should work just fine. Anyway, I was just curious. I haven't used one, but that's my next plan. However, that's probably a couple years down the road, because a really nice induction stove is really expensive, and there's nothing wrong with my stove right now. It's a gas stove. It works great. No problems with it. It's just one of those, someday I'd like to have. Yeah. Anyway. All right, I'm going to go get some more coffee. All right, I'm going to switch to the kitchen because you'll be able to see my automation. All right, so here is the coffee can. All right, the lights are currently off, and if I go out there, it should sense me and turn it back on. So let's see. Hey, look at that. The lights came on. Automation at its finest. All right. More coffee. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I can't see anybody's typing now, but I am going to feed my starter. So you guys get to have a... little side track into the world of sourdough bakers. Lewis is actually more advanced than I am at sourdough baking, but that's all right. I'm actually going to give them new jars today. Sometimes I'll just dump it out and use the same jars, but I don't know. I feel like they get funky after a little while, so I like to get new jars after a while. Alright. So 100 grams of starter that I'm going to keep in the new jar. This, sadly, I'm just going to dump out. No, normally I could make pancakes or something. Maybe I'll save it. Maybe I'll make pancakes with my starter stuff today. Maybe that'll be my lunch. Anyway, so that... What's I have on there? I'm still keeping 2 starters alive. I don't know why. I should just get rid of one of them and just keep one starter going, but I'm still having fun. That's what's important. So, alright, my flowers here. So to feed the starters, I used to use all-purpose flour. When I'm baking bread, I usually use bread flour, which just has higher gluten. Spoon, I guess. All right, so 100 grams of starter, 100 grams of flour that I just spilled all over. All right, 100 grams of flour. And now warm still. Yeah, that's warmer than I like. So our tap water is chlorinated. I don't like to use chlorinated water. I'll just use the water out of our fridge is refrigerated, obviously, but it filters out the chlorine, so it'll just take the starter a little bit longer to wake up. And that's okay. So now 100 grams of water. Oh, making a mess again. Alright. Stir it up with a chopstick. My wife bought these jars. They're quart-sized jars, about a liter quart, whatever. And they're super wide mouth. They actually angle up in the top. There's no, like, it doesn't close down at all. It's just this really huge top. I just love it. It's perfect for this because it's easy to stir. It's easy to get stuff in. And the glass lids just kind of sit on top. They have like a rubber gasket and a clamp, but I just want these loosely covered, so that's all I do. Alright, so that's the first one. This is my second starter. This is Belinda. Yes, I named my starters. Alright, so tear this now. 100 grams of flour in this one. Alright. And 100 grams of water. Oop, shut you off. Let's use my spoon to stir this. Oh, smells amazing. Alrighty. Now I gotta clean up my mess. is not my mess, but somebody made a mess. Holy cow, somebody made a big mess. Today on Cleaning the Kitchen with Sean. Gonna fry that up as a pancake later. Alright, oh, I gotta fill my water bottle. So, one down, which means I get to flip up my little band. Ta-da! Alright, so what did I miss? Alright. Oh. Yes, grams, absolutely. You know, and it's weird. In the US, almost all baking is done with volumetric measures, like a cup, a half cup, and I have no idea why. Because I mean, how tight is it packed? And it's a different amount of stuff. I have no idea why we don't normally use weight when we bake. But for the record, I always, when I'm making bread, which is pretty much all I do, but I always use weight and I use, you know, grams, and that's how I do it because, oh my goodness, it just doesn't make sense any other way. So anyway, I can't find anything cheap like those jars. Yeah, so I don't know where she got them. So my wife bought them. She was going to make like salads. Like she was going to make salads and then to take to work, like, you know, layered salads, and then put the lid on it and take it to work and just eat it right out of the jar. She hasn't done that yet. She actually just got a slightly bigger, wider bowl. I think it was hard to eat out of the little jars. But then we have like 6 of them. It came in a pack of 6. I don't think they were cheap, which is unfortunate. But I just love them for the starters. They're absolutely perfect. She's not mad at me for using them because she doesn't use them for salad anymore. So anyway, mix whatever's left, add flour, make some pancakes. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I stored the starter. It's sitting on the stove out there, and in about an hour, I'm going to make a couple pancakes for lunch. So that should be delicious. And actually, I might not even have to add anything. It's like perfect consistency. So there might just be some savory pancakes. We might have some chives or green onion scallions. I might put them in there. Maybe some cheese sprinkled on top. I'm starting to get hungry just thinking about it. So anyway. Ooh, oh, I accidentally bumped something. No. What did I do? There to cool. This lets me. Oh, this is interesting. Sorry, as soon as I finish this. I have no idea what that's going to do. So there's this thing in the YouTube live stream thing where it says like create a highlight, and so I created a highlight of feeding my starters, and I don't know. We'll see how that, if it's gonna create like a new video. I have no idea what it's gonna create. It says it's uploading. I don't know. Let's learn together. So if anybody's watching, if you see something appear on my YouTube stream that says feeding my sourdough starters, I'll be interested to know, like if it just posted a video or what, because I mean, hey, people ask me about my starters. I could actually point to a video of me doing it. That was cool. All right. Oh, dang it. Did it again. Okay. All right. So that's done. My skills. All right. Well, the next step is going to be choosing hardware. speaking of stuff, I have an ESP Grafana server with temperature and humidity. That's cool, and I'm not kidding. I do want to look at Grafana more. I looked a little bit. I didn't understand exactly how to get it to create charts for me. So like I said, I'm just using MRTG, but the the Grafana graphs are just sexy. I mean, they're just awesome. If maybe, like I said, I think I talked to you when we were talking last week. Maybe I'll actually make a skill on creating something with Grafana. I don't know how. Once I learn how to feed data into it, it might be great. Oh, Unify light to firmware, and it stopped getting results. Oh, I hate that. And are you just using? Oh, what? I can't even think of the. Oh, what's the protocol for getting packets from a router? I'm drawing a blank. Oh, come on, Sean. SNMP. That's what I was talking about. So just like pulling it from SNMP, or what is the oh, your router? Is that where you were getting the data, or were you getting some other data? All right, hold on. Oh, got a message. Library. All right. Right, where's my videos? Your videos. Huh. It just posted it. How fascinating. Let's see. During my live stream, I had to feed my sourdough starters. Here's a clip for those asking about my sourdough. Let's see. Interesting degrees and feed database. All right, Lewis, I will take you up on that one of these days. It'll probably be a while. I got to get going on my skill that I was supposed to start weeks ago, this Internet of Things stuff. But that might be part of Internet of Things, right? Creating your own graphs. That's just awesome. And of course, I got sidetracked again because of this feature I didn't know existed in a live stream. You can apparently take media clips. So, all right, let's see how this. I'll watch my video and make sure I didn't do anything stupid that I'm posting. That camera's kind of annoying, isn't it? It pixelates a lot. Awesome. Thank you, Lewis. you, close you. Good girl, so. Yeah, I'll paste that for those who just want to click a link, because Lewis can't post a link, but he was kind of genius there. Okay, that's kind of funny though, Lewis. So people stay home from work. Don't go in crowded places and go to the beach. It is not a terribly nice day outside here. It's I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty cold. Alrighty, so blah 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 blah. espresso. All right. Next, the different platforms we can use. Hmm. All right. Oh, the beach has a live cam. Yeah, so we've had some pretty nice weather lately, and it's that time of year where, I mean, it's March in northern Michigan here in the U.S., and that means that we're going to have days where it's like 60 degrees and sunny. I don't know the Celsius for that, but it's warm. Like you might want to wear long sleeves, but it's beautiful, sunny. Um, and then the next day it'll be like below freezing, and we could have snow. Like yesterday morning, I woke up and there was like an inch of snow and ice on my truck. Whereas the day before, we were walking around in short sleeve shirts. So it's frustrating because I want spring to get here. I don't realize how much I miss spring until it starts to poke its head out. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I want to do stuff outside. All right, so what options do we have? We have a Raspberry Pi, obviously. Raspberry Beret. Open with Adobe Photoshop. Back to the yes. It turns out the new router is best to reserve IPs and set names and reboot them and hope for the best. Oh, so it was a matter of it was the ESP8266 wasn't getting online properly. I okay, that's interesting. Oh, yeah, blah blah. Hold on. Image mode, indexed color. Oh, delete. There we go. I'll save as PNG, RPI. Alrighty. Now, insert pictures, RP. Crap. All right. Get rid of the JPEG. Try this again. Wow, that's ginormous. Alright, Canto Docker. So I want to get more comfortable with flashing the ESP8266s and like understanding exactly like the code that you use to flash them to get them to go online. And there's also things like I know you can use an 8266 with a battery and have it like only wake up every so often to use a very little trickle of electricity and stuff. So I do want to learn more about the ESP8266s because they're so cool and they're powerful in what they can do, but also the ability to just do the just a battery and have it last a really long time. That just fascinates me. So now, do you use Arduino like to flash them, or are you just saying you use an Arduino rather than the ESP8266 chips? I'm starting to talk out of my depth, so if I say something stupid, that's par for the course. Insert. All right, now. To code and flash. Yeah, and so I have some stuff. I actually don't have an Arduino. I should probably get an Arduino. It seems like that's a step, something I should have if I'm going to be experimenting and playing with stuff. Nook. Insert picture. Oh, did I not save it? What the heck? Oh. So let's see, Raspberry Pi and Nook, Docker. What are some other options? Oh, oh no, oh, there we go. Hmm. Lewis, I just saw your message. Just sent you a reply. And yeah, Sean Powers with a 0 is my GitHub user. That's pretty much me everywhere. In fact, when a new platform starts, I try really hard to like go to the platform and reserve my username just in case it becomes popular or I want to use it. And there's a few that I haven't been able to, and it ticks me off. For example, I would love to have SeanPowers@gmail.com, but do you think that's available? No. So, Lewis, I just saw your please check your DM, and I didn't see your message first. I actually saw the DM first, so. Oh, wait, no, you sent me another one. I'm slow. All right. All right, Sean. Oh, I'm still logged in. Cool. Lewis, I'm not seeing this test repo. Oh, okay. It's slow. That's the issue. Yeah, I haven't gotten it yet, so. And yeah, I'll be really good with credentials. I'm not nearly as nefarious as I pretend to be. Oh. All right. All right, back to work. And as soon as that arrives, I will join. Thank you for that. Let's see. Raspberry Pi, a Nook, Docker. How else could we install HomeAssistant? Oh, we could just use Linux. Oh, we'll look for Tux. Hi, Zoe. You're a good girl. I know. I know. You're a good girl. Yeah, don't ruin it by not being a good girl anymore. Image indexed color. Boom. Boom. File. Save as. All right. All right. I actually got to read what they say here. Oh, cool. All right. Okay, smoky dokie. We will just talk about these options and then Hasio. Dun, 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 dun. All right, I need to use the restroom and check the mail. I'll be right back. starting to get a headache. I think I'm actually going to stop and cook. It's almost noon anyway. Sorry for the delay. My daughters are parked downtown and needed help. Let's see. Oh, Lewis, if you're still there, I did get the invite. My browser did something unexpected. All right, let's try this again. Why would that not work? Try. So for some reason GitHub is not working for me. I can't log in anywhere, which is bizarre. Okay, there I was able to log in. Finally, on the third computer, it let me join. All right. All right, Lewis, I was able to do it. I'm not looking at it right now, but I am whatever, I have access to it. So thank you very much. I'll look at that when I can. I have no idea why GitHub was being strange. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. All right, I think I'm gonna go make those pancakes. So I'll meet you in the kitchen. Oh, it smells so good. Guess this is the pan I'll use. That's too thick. But I definitely need some stuff to go on it. Some chives. Not open yet. I'm going to open it anyway. A little bit of Parmesan cheese. Oh, I'll grab it. Bum, 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 bum. Just had a thought. I could have this out, and if it will start, maybe. Don't need the volume on. Huh, there we go. All right, now, at the very least, I can see comments if you make them. So we can have a conversation while I cook. While I cook my little starter. These are getting a little old. Good, I'm using these up. Nice. It's probably more than you bargained for watching the live stream. Alright. Work. That warm up a little. Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Put a little bit of cheese on the pan for the bottom of the pancake. Alright. It's a pretty big pancake, but that's alright. Cheese on top. I'm also going to make a couple slices of sourdough. Sourdough that I made. Pretty much just a carbolicious lunch, isn't it? Sourdough toast, sourdough pancake. Alright, let's flip this sucker. This might not go well. Oh, yeah. Alright, cook a little more, buddy. I don't know that I've ever made a savory pancake with like cheese and scallions. I don't know what to put on top of it. I guess butter, but... Ooh, is that like a sour cream and salsa mix? I wonder what I have. Let's see. Seems like I had sour cream. Oh yeah, sour cream. Do we have salsa? Alright, toast pot. Oh, beautiful. Alright. Alright, well that's double toasting. A little bit of salsa. I think we have salsa. Haha, look at that salsa. Alright, I'm not lying. I'm getting a little excited about this. It's going to be tasty. A little bit of salsa. Just a little. Bit of sour cream. Oh, I need a plate, don't I? Get a big plate. Fancy butter dish. Isn't this an awesome butter dish? Not gonna lie, this is looking pretty good. Cheese browned a little bit. Oh, excited. Alright, another soldier down. Alright, I think this is about done. Yeah, I still want a little bit browner. So there's no sugar at all in my starter. And when I bake the bread, I don't use any sugar, so they don't brown well, which is interesting. Oh, do you want to see the... If you can see. Turned out, I mean, doesn't look attractive. It smells delicious, though. Tastes delicious. Alright. We're going to call that done. And I think... Okay, this hurts my heart to do cut on the plate with this knife, but it's alright. Ooh, it's hot. Alright, cut into pieces. Alright, let's go back and eat. More brown. Oh, yeah, so it doesn't bother me that it's not, but it's just funny for me that in the toaster it doesn't even brown. It's crispy and tastes delicious. Mm. Mmm. Okay, this is amazing. Oh, this is so much better than I thought it was going to be. Wow, that is good. I'm so sorry I can't share. Okay. I could use a brown Sharpie, I suppose. So Lewis, yeah, you get really, really brown, crusty bread, and yeah, I don't get it. So I also saw that San Francisco sourdough is known to be not very dark, and I don't know if I wonder if it has something to do with starters or if it's just the way I bake it. I don't know. I don't know. It tastes good though. Also, hi Matt. I don't know if you saw what I was doing there, Matt, but I I used my sourdough starter that normally you have to dump a bunch out, and I made a savory pancake with scallions and some Parmesan cheese, and then just have some salsa and sour cream as a dipping sauce, and it is the most amazing thing ever. Mm. So for anybody watching, Matt Beecher, coworker, he works in the training department. I don't know his official title. I don't even know the name of our department. I'm bad at that sort of thing, but Matt's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. I just sort of made it up. We had some scallions in the fridge and some Parmesan cheese, and wow. So Matt Lewis is in Portugal, and he's actually an awesome guy, and um, he's been trying to convince me that I should go to Portugal for this Pixel Camp conference thing. It was postponed because of the coronavirus till November. Um, I don't know. We'll see. So it's something I'm thinking about. International travel, which I'm afraid of, but Lewis is pretty awesome. So yeah. So bread this color is one of Lewis's pet peeves. Well, we'll see what happens with the coronavirus and see how things go. So, well, I won't let go of the vegetarian thing completely, but I have a personal rule that when I'm on vacation, I get to eat seafood. So seafood, I'll go for if I'm out and about on vacation. I'll call it vacation. But meat, like straight up like beef or pork or anything, I honestly think it would really upset my stomach at this point because it's been so long. So we'll see. Mm. So yeah, seafood, I don't have any problem with that, especially while I'm out and about. Sorry about the excessive crunching. Also, Matt, I don't know if you were, you probably don't even know, but so yesterday everything on my desk pretty much fell apart. My main monitor, the really wide curved screen LG that I do my recording on, completely wouldn't turn back on after a brief power outage. So I've been working with Jeff to get that straightened out. And then the other Dell monitor that isn't even that old, every 20 minutes to 2 hours, random amount of time, it'll just blink off in the middle of
something that I'm doing, it'll just go blank for like 5 seconds and then come back on, but it's super annoying. So anyway, today I have a really old, crappy monitor that I'm recording with, and I'm just dealing with a blanking out monitor. It doesn't do it too often, but since I was already dealing with monitors, I thought might as well just get them all fixed. Thankfully, this one's still under warranty, and they're actually advanced shipping me one. So, let's see. So I've tried so many things. Oh my gosh. So for the Dell where it just blinks out, it was using USB-C for the video, and I thought, well, maybe it's a bad USB-C cable because there's not a whole lot of, they're not tough, right? Like they can jiggle pretty easy. So I got a new one, did the same thing. So then I switched to then I switched to HDMI because my Mac Mini doesn't have a DisplayPort, and it does the exact same thing. So then I switched to a Windows machine just to see if it was the actual Mac that was doing it. And the Windows machine actually was using DisplayPort. So I've used every port on the monitor, and every port does it. So. Oh, nice, Matt. So yeah, Jeff did everything. He was awesome. And yeah, the new one is coming to replace the really widescreen, and then I'm going to send the widescreen back because I believe all that happened to the LG, the big curved screen LG, is that it probably blew an internal fuse. Just the power fluctuation blew the internal fuse. It's not user serviceable, but it should be pretty easy to fix, I would think. So anyway. I cannot explain how amazingly tasty this savory sourdough starter pancake is. I'm not sure if I want to calculate the calories or not because this may be an everyday sort of thing. Hi, Cody. Sorry you caught me filling my face at lunch here. Earlier I fed my sourdough starters on camera and decided to keep the discard and made this savory pancake, scallions and Parmesan cheese, and I'm dipping it in salsa and sour cream mix, and it's like the best lunch I've had in a long time. So I do have this overhead cam that this little thing is. I could actually show. Yeah. It's not hooked up to the streaming computer, but yeah, I could show it. And what did Ben Finkel called it? What did he call it? Hands and pans? The overhead view? Last piece, I'm really sad. Oh no. All right. No more excuses. Take us to the kitchen. I'll be right back. You're a good girl. Say hi to the camera, Zoe. You need to be groomed, bud. Hi, Phoebe. Good girl, too. Go outside? Wanna go outside? Go outside. Okay, let's go. So interestingly, we have my wife and I are going to be empty nesters, or actually we're working on it. Our 3 biological daughters have moved out. They're adults. They don't live here. We still have 2 international students from South Korea, and actually because of the coronavirus, they're probably going to end up staying with us all summer because they probably won't be able to go home, and if they do go home, they won't be able to come back next year for school. So I think they're actually going to be staying with us through the summer. But anyway, even with them, we have a 4-bedroom house. Upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms. One of them is kind of small, and the plan is sometime this summer, I'm going to move my office from this tiny little area in the back of the house, which, I mean, it's a nice space, but it's not as roomy as I'd like. I'd like to be able to have a wall for a green screen, that sort of thing. Anyway, I'm going to move my office up to the smaller bedroom up there, which will be really cool. And I'll be able to have like a green screen wall and a little bit more room to spread out. And then this room doesn't have heat, so I have to like have a space heater or a Bitcoin miner to heat it. And so this room will actually become like a storage pantry. And I gotta admit, like recently with all of like the toilet paper in the stores being gone, it'll be nice to just have some staples on hand. Our house is really old and doesn't have a lot of storage space. So we don't really even have a lot of space to store, like dry goods and stuff. So having this room, this room is about maybe 12 foot by 10 foot. I think that's about right, about 12 foot by 10 foot. Anyway, if we make this like with some shelving on the walls and in the middle, make it into a cold storage area, it'll be actually pretty nice, I think. And it's off the back of the house. I'm hoping that the upstairs bedroom will make a good office. I do have to see if the floor is super creaky. Like I said, it's an old house, so I'll have to figure that out. But having heat in the wintertime that doesn't require mass electricity usage will be nice. I'm not going to lie. And having a place to store things will be nice as well. So anyway, that's the plan that you didn't even ask about, but I told you. Hootie, my friend wanted some sourdough bread. Oh yeah, so sourdough bread, man, it's the coolest thing. Hey, if you want some starter from either Gus or Belinda, my 2 starters, just let me know. If you email me, Sean@brainofsean.com, your address, I will happily send you a starter in the mail if you don't have a starter, and you can be part of the club. Anyway, yeah, I'll happily send it if you want some. Don't feel like you have to take my starter. But you're welcome to have some if you want it, and I'll mail it out. Or if you don't want to wait for that, if you go to a local bakery, they have sourdough bread. A lot of times local bakers will be more than happy to give you some of their starter. Otherwise, you can make it from scratch, but it takes a little over a week before it starts, like it stabilizes right. I actually made one of my 2 starters from scratch. Gus, I made from scratch, just flour and water, basically. And you just do that and feed it twice a day. And after about 7 days, it becomes a really good smelling, yeasty, fresh smelling starter. During that process, though, like around day 4, I thought it was going bad. It smelled really strong and vinegary and gross. But then it's amazing. Like the proper colony of yeast and bacteria and everything started going really well. And so now it's really healthy and good. The other starter I have, a friend of mine from Pennsylvania sent me a starter in the mail. And it was like that day, boom, I fed it and it was like ready to go. And it smelled like fresh bread and it was awesome. So
Yeah, that's it's a lot of fun. I'm not gonna lie. I've had a ton of fun, and now today I know that I can make these delicious savory pancakes with the discard. Because when you feed your starter, you have to dump out all but like a little part of it, and then feed that little part. And normally I just dump it down the drain, but I got to admit that pancake was amazing. So that's probably what I'm gonna be doing from now on. Okay, so back to work. Sorry, you mentioned sourdough. I'm easily distracted. All right. All right. So that's there. Installing assisted choosing hardware. Make me hungry for some. Oh man, yeah, and I'm not lying. It's fun and it's delicious. Lewis, 4 meters by 3 meters. Yes, my metric friend, you are correct. It's a pretty good size office. I'm not gonna lie, but it would make a better pantry because it's really cool. It doesn't have heat and it's got a cement floor. I do have it carpeted, but the floor is cement. I think it would make a really good storage area. I could put like a freezer in here. Yeah, that's really I think my plan. But that's later on in the summer. Oh wow. I got a message from Dell, a text message. We have ordered your part and we'll text you when it ships. I got my Dell Ultra Sharp monitor. They are like on the ball when it comes to shipping. It's like normally you have to give a credit card if you want them to ship you something before they get yours back. But they're advanced shipping me a brand new one, and I just put this one in a box and ship it back to them. And that's it. I'm super impressed with them. Hasio. Hasio versus package. Okay. What size monitor? So, okay, Kyle. Yesterday was a horrible monitor day for me. I have two really nice big monitors on my desk normally. My recording monitor is one of those curved, it's 34 inches, I think, but it's like the 21 by 9 aspect ratio. It's a curved 34-inch screen, an LG, and I had a power outage yesterday for like 20 seconds. And when the power came back on, the monitor will not turn on. And I like unplugged it, left it unplugged, tried to do all sorts of stuff. I cannot get it to turn back on. So it was just dead in the water. And then I have a 32-inch Dell Ultra Sharp Precision monitor, 4K. It's the nicest monitor I've ever used. I'll be quite honest. It's just amazingly nice. Except it, for some reason, every like 20 minutes to a couple hours, the screen will just like go blank, like black, completely black. And after about 5 seconds, it'll come back. And if it did it every couple days, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, but it's super annoying while I'm working on something to have the screen go blank, and I gotta just wait there. And 5 seconds isn't long until you're waiting for your screen to come back on. And then it'll come back on. So anyway, Dell is doing like an advanced replacement. It should be shipping shortly, and then yeah, I'll have that. And then CBT Nuggets, it's my work computer, the curved one that died, and CBT Nuggets is sending me an identical Dell 32-inch one. So I'll have the OCD person in me is so thrilled. I'm going to have two identical monitors on each side, and then my streaming computer right here in the middle. This is just a 17-inch like cheap monitor, and I have it in portrait mode. I have it standing upright. And that's kind of in the middle. So I have like this tall skinny monitor right here, and then on the sides I'll have two 32-inch monitors that go to the edge of my desk. My desk is kind of kidney bean shaped. It's a standing desk, but I don't usually stand up with it anymore because of all the lighting. So anyway, it's OCD, not CDO, yeah. And I do. I mean, like seriously have OCD, and so little things like that are just like, oh, it's just like a drug. It's amazingly awesome to have things match perfectly and have, oh, yeah. So I'm really looking forward to that. Oh, let's see. I missed some stuff. Yeah, I don't usually deal with tech support directly, but I did with Dell, and I was impressed. They didn't give me a hard time. In fact, I said to our IT guy at CBT Nuggets when I was chatting, when I talked to the Dell people on the phone, they didn't flow chart me. You know, if you've ever been on tech support with somebody and they make you do the stupid things that if you're a tech person, you've already done. They're like, did you try a different cable? Yes, I tried a different cable. Did you turn it off and turn it back on? Yes, I turned it off and turned it back on. And so I told them the things I had done. I said, you know, I tried multiple cables, I tried multiple connections, HDMI, USB-C, and then I even tried it was instead of a Macintosh, I got a Windows computer to try to make sure it wasn't the drivers or the hardware on the computer, and the same thing happened, and they didn't ask any more questions. They're like, okay, it looks like we're going to need to return it, and we'll send you a replacement, and when it arrives, just put yours in the box and send it back to us. There'll be a pre-made shipping label. How awesome is that? So good job, Dell. Now do a very wet dough, about 80% hydration. So Lewis, so when I make my my standard loaf now, it's the long loaf. I mix it. I don't mix it by hand. I don't knead it by hand because I'm lazy. I'll use my dough hook in my KitchenAid, and it's a really wet dough. It's super sticky, to the point where it's really difficult. Even like when I punch it down and like try and fold it over, like getting ready to put it into the pan for the final raising. It's hard to get a hold of, but I like how it turns out. This last loaf I made, we had to leave, and so it proofed longer than I wanted. It rose a lot, and the air bubbles inside were bigger, and it was fluffier. So the next loaf that I'm going to make, it'll probably be this weekend again. I'll make the loaf. I'm going to let it proof for the normal 3 hours, and then punch it down and let it proof for another hour. Anyway, and I like that consistency. It still has holes in it. Obviously, it's not like a rock or anything, but it's a little denser. It's a little chewier. I really preferred that. So anyway, you don't need the dough. Mix it and let it sit in the fridge. Cool. So I've actually heard of doing that, just mixing it up so it's together and let it just sit in the fridge and do its thing there. I mix it with a mixer for about 10 minutes with the dough hook. I don't know if it makes much of a difference, but it's something to do. Triple monitor setup over 3 Dell monitors that are 22 inches. So 22 inches, do you put them in portrait mode, Cody? Or are they like landscape, like just a really wide sort of thing? Because I have the two are going to be in landscape mode on the sides, and then of course the one in portrait mode in the middle. And it works out because the size of the smaller monitor that I have in the middle, when it's in portrait mode, is the same height as the others when they're in landscape mode. So it's like one size all the way across. Again, that's pretty fulfilling for me. But now it's just messed up. Now I got this janky little old monitor with really poor contrast settings that I'm looking at to do work. But that's just for probably this week. Next week they should arrive and it'll be awesome. Landscape wide. Okay. So you probably have a bigger desk. My desk, this is my whole desk. right here, a kidney bean shape, so it can push back in the middle. But anyway, yeah. I use 2 of them connected via DisplayPort and 1 VGA connected to docking station. Oh, so this is all on one computer. Oh, now that's pretty cool. So what I have set up here, my computer over here, my recording computer, my CBT Nuggets recording station. This is a Dell Tower running Windows 10. I have, it's a Wacom display tablet. It's, so display tablet, but it's Wacom, so I can draw on it. It uses USB-C for power and for video. I don't recommend this if you're thinking about getting one. I would get the Wacom One now, which is, has a little more plastic. It's like a third of the cost though, and effectively is about the same. Anyway, this is what I use for that, and then I have normally the bigger monitor that's connected to the Dell Tower as well. And then the middle one that I'm streaming on, looking at right now, this is a different tower. This actually has a better video card. This has a GeForce 1080 Ti card. I also use this computer for VR. So it has an Oculus Rift connected to it. And I'll either stream with this or use the Oculus Rift on this computer. And this has the portrait monitor up and down, which is, I wish it was a little higher resolution, because something that is just 1080 wide, which is all this is, it's just 1080 wide. It's difficult to use some windows. They aren't designed for something that squished, but I make do. And then over here, this is an OS 10 machine. This is just a Mac Mini that I bought. And this is connected to, again, a landscape, like it'll be the 32-inch Dell again. And then to control them all, at first I used Synergy, a program, but I actually, your YouTube window. Sorry about that, Lewis. Anyway, I used to use Synergy, but it would crash and I have to like restart it on different computers and stuff. So I actually bought a program called ShareMouse. It does not work in Linux, but since none of these are running Linux natively, I'll just use Linux and VM on some of these. It works good. It works in Windows and Mac. And so ShareMouse is on all 3 of them, and it's been very stable. It hasn't crashed a lot. But the really cool part about ShareMouse is there's not one that is a server and the others are clients. Basically what it does, it allows you to use multiple monitors, but the same keyboard and mouse to control all of them, and it just goes back and forth as if it were one computer. That's what Synergy does too. But so this keyboard and mouse is connected to my my work PC, the CBT Nuggets recording computer. And so I can just the mouse just goes between all the computers, even down to the Wacom tablet. And you just set up your display arrangement, and it's really intelligent, and it just does it. But what's cool about ShareMouse is that this is the keyboard and mouse for the Macintosh computer. But since there's not a set server and client, they're all active. So if I start moving this mouse, I can use this mouse and drag it over to all 3 computers. So any of the computers, mouse and keyboard, will work on any of the computers, which seems like a silly redundancy, except sometimes I really want to use the Mac mouse on the Mac because of the swiping gestures with the Magic Mouse. And so I'll use this, and I'll really quick want to click over there, and rather than having to go to a different keyboard, I can actually just quickly click and come back over here. So I'm really impressed with ShareMouse. It was a great investment. I have no shame. Matt, the Oculus Quest is something that I want really bad, so please don't tease me a whole lot. I have an Oculus Go, which works good for consuming content, like watching YouTube, like YouTube VR or the YouTube 180 VR stuff. It's really good for that. It's not great for a whole lot of other stuff, but the Oculus Go does it for consuming media and experiencing media. It's really good. The Oculus Quest, I think, is probably on par with the Oculus Rift as far as usability goes, and then you're not tethered to a computer. I know it's not quite as powerful as the Oculus Rift can be because of the computer behind it, but the Oculus Quest is just awesome. Oh, you're going to have 2 Oculus Quests at Trainerpalooza? That'll be cool. I'll want to check it out just to even see, because, yeah, the Oculus Quest seems really awesome. The other thing, I'm just going to call this my lunch break, I guess, and just keep talking. The other thing is I'm really keen on VR right now, especially with the coronavirus and things getting canceled, conferences getting canceled. I think that having remote conferences is something that we're going to, even after the coronavirus thing is fizzled down or you're taken care of or whatever happens there, I think that we're going to see a lot more online conferences happen. And VR, I think, should be one aspect, not the only thing, because, well, Lewis, I see that it makes you sick. Some VR makes me sick. Some VR makes me sick, especially depending on what you're doing in VR, moving. There are some tricks, like if you have a fan blowing on you while you're using VR, a lot of times that'll trick your brain into thinking that you're actually moving. So if a game or a simulation or something makes me feel sick, I will put a fan blowing lightly on me, and that makes a difference, so you might want to try that. But anyway, I think that VR is, Trainer Palooza VR, for example, if it's really bad and I don't fly out in June, because I have really bad lung problems, if the coronavirus is all over the place and flying on the plane and going to Oregon is going to be an issue, I just won't go. But yeah, if I could attend in VR, that'd be stinking awesome. Matt, I have not played with the HoloLens because they're super, super duper expensive. I would love if CBT Nuggets wanted to explore more. I would be happy to be a person who explored that. But no, I have not done any of that. The other thing is, I think the best experience for somebody trying to attend a conference would be, oh, you have one at CBT Nuggets. That's awesome. I think the best experience for somebody who wanted to attend a conference remotely would not be 360 VR. Rather, it would be 180 stereoscopic or 3D VR. Unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of cameras that are good at live streaming that. There are a couple. I don't have one. I would actually like to get one, and I might because they're pretty cheap now. Lenovo Mirage works with Google Daydream, and if you have one of their cameras, you can use their app to live stream in 180 stereoscopic VR. And the thing that I like about that is, one, it's in 3D, so it does feel like you're there. But you can use an Oculus Go, which is fairly inexpensive, put it on, you can attend. And the thing that I found, if I try to attend something online, I mean, anything. Like, so even our weekly meetings, if I'm online, I have that open in a window, and then I'm chatting on Slack, and I'm checking my email, and I'm, typing something in a command line over here. And not that that's bad, but you're not really present, right, at the meeting as you would be if you were there. And I've found that in VR, like with the with the Oculus Go on my face, obviously I'm not doing other stuff, and I feel like I'm more in the moment, right? I feel like I'm there more. And then the 3D aspect of it really does make you feel like you're more part of the room. So I could picture something like at CBT Nuggets, live streaming with one of those like Mirage cameras or something like that. And remote people like myself, I could put on the Oculus Go and I could be present and actually, be more focused and actually feel like I was there. So anyway, that's my thought. I think that 180 VR is just fascinating. I love it. I wish there were more ways to live stream it. I have a Insta360 Evo, which does the 180 VR and stereoscopic, but it doesn't live stream. You have to record it and then upload it, which is fine, but it's not the same as like attending a meeting or a conference or something. I missed a whole bunch of comments. Sorry. Microsoft giving Microsoft Teams for free companies to allow them to work remotely through the whole virus. Oh, wow. And I've heard Microsoft Teams is actually really, really cool. Augmented reality meetings are a fun alternative to VR. Yeah, so I also looked into, Matt, sorry, I'm just reading back. I also looked into like the Alt VR stuff. I think it's Microsoft's Alt VR. And they use avatars, and I don't know, it's not the same. It just feels ridiculous, right? Whereas augmented reality or being in VR that is actually live stream video in 3D would be ideal. I really think that's more of a business or conference kind of thing. The avatar thing makes it gamey and too anonymous, and I think that it takes away from the professionalism. So yeah, that's my thought there. Masterclass for online dispute resolution online. Oh, very cool. Back to HoloLens. I enjoyed the experience, but found it less fun and engaging as VR. The HoloLens seems a bit gimmicky. However, the potential is cool. Okay, here's what I thought for the HoloLens. I was thinking, so if you're the presenter, like at a conference, right? And even if there's just very few people there, or some people, and you also want to include online people, I think the presenter could wear the HoloLens, and because you can see through it, right? I mean, it's the idea of augmented reality. So you could be a presenter to the people there, but then in augmented reality, you would have either notifications or maybe above the crowd, there's like a level of VR people, so to speak, or I don't know, but you could interact both with the people who are actually there in meet space and also interact with the people virtually using the HoloLens. I don't know that for consumption it's necessarily that great, but I think for the presenter it would be a really nice hybrid way to be there and also be virtual. Whereas I don't know that there's a better experience for just consuming than the inexpensive Oculus Go or like Cody mentioned, the Google Cardboard, or whatever for your phone. I think they call the Daydream headset, where you plop your phone in there as well. It's basically the plastic version of the cardboard. So I think that'd be good. The Oculus Go is obviously a little bit better experience for not too much more money, and it's standalone, which is nice. But I think, the HoloLens, I could just picture it being for the presenter to have that. So anyway, I would love, I wish that the economy was at a place where people would actually just send us stuff. Like when I first started at Linux Journal, companies would just send me all sorts of stuff to review and play with and figure out. But those times are kind of over, right? The economy kind of tanked and it never recovered to the point where companies want to send stuff out. But because I would love to experiment with the Microsoft HoloLens and how that would work and what it would do. I would love to experiment more with some cameras. Like I want to get a Lenovo Mirage, and I want to get the Views Plus, because it does stereoscopic 360, which is cool. I'd like to do that as well. Meaning it's a 360 in VR, but it's also 3D in 360. Just so cool. All right. Catch up again. We should probably plug that Simona. Did she finish her MS Teams course? That's awesome. And I've heard that Microsoft Teams is awesome and Simona's an awesome trainer. So yeah, by all means, if you want to know more about it, especially if you're a CBT Nuggets subscriber, check it out. And if you're not a CBT Nuggets subscriber, join now. Go to learn.gg/Sean Powers with a 0 and get your free week. Breaking news, let's see the who. Oh, it's officially a pandemic. Okay. World Health Organization officially called COVID-19 a pandemic. Yeah. All right. Companies will send you. Let's see. Companies will send you stuff if you do explaining, open, or review like videos on YouTube. Yeah, I don't have a big enough following on YouTube. I'm not awesome enough. I have a very niche set of people who enjoy things I do. So we'll see. Anyway, I think that now is the time to focus on things like how you would do remote conferences, because the coronavirus it's going to settle down, but I think it's kind of awakened a realization in people's minds that, maybe there's a better way than cramming thousands of people in a room together to take in media. It would be spend some money on hardware and infrastructure and be able to do it remotely. I think that'd be awesome. I would, so anyway, but people don't ask me. All right, I'm going to record this. I think I'm going to refill my water bottle, and I'm going to use the bathroom because I drank all that water. I'll be right back though. And then I'm going to record this nugget. I really am going to be right back. Hello. All right, what'd I miss? Oh, bye, Lewis. Probably missed you. Bye, Matt. You're gone too. I think virtual education is an awesome thing. Yes, I think this might spark kind of a revolution with how we do remote things, to be quite honest. And yeah, so Cody, I don't know where you are geographically. One of the issues here is not only don't students necessarily have access at home, but there are a lot of spots in my area where there's no cell phone coverage either, and that even makes a MiFi useless. There are lots of places up here that you can get no internet coverage at all, and it's horrifying. It's sad. I mean, this is the U.S. and we don't have internet access everywhere. So in my area up here in northern Michigan, there's a local co-op electric company, and they actually I don't know how they did it, how they got funded. I'm sure there's some government grant that they got, but also just they invested a ton of money, and they used their same poles and everything, and they're installing fiber optic internet everywhere that they cover, which is a huge geographical part of rural northern Michigan. So I have a farm out in the middle of nowhere. The only internet access I could get was a DSL that was less than 1 megabit in speed. And now they came through, and for about the same price, I can get fiber optic internet. I can get up to gigabit up and down speed at my farm, which is just ridiculous. I can't get that in town here. But anyway, it's nice to see things like that happening. But unfortunately, there are places that you can't even get access to the internet remotely. And satellite internet may be an option. Oh, just said Elon Musk can set up so Starlink internet. That would be. I'm curious how that's going to work, and especially because it's low orbit. I don't know what the delay time is going to be, but because the Starlink is so low orbit and it's going around, it's not geosynchronous. I'm curious what the latency is going to be, because that's one of the problems with satellite internet is latency, right? And of course bandwidth. The more data we use, the more data we push, and satellite internet just can't handle that amount of throughput. But Starlink should. I'm curious how that's going to actually end up, to be quite honest. Okay. Low latency for game. Oh wow! So low enough for gaming. That's impressive. And I assumed that was part of why it was going to be a low atmosphere. Well, not low atmosphere, but compared to geosynchronous orbit, which is ridiculously far out, was for latency. And because of all the multiple satellites, I'm curious. I'm fascinated by it. I know it kind of clutters up our low Earth orbit. That's the word I was looking for, is low Earth orbit. But I think this is actually for a valuable thing. Now, what I don't know is how commercialized is it going to be, how accessible, how affordable, all of those things. I don't know what it's going to end up being. But because there's so many, maybe I don't know, maybe it'll be good. I hope it's good. I have high hopes for it. Because right now we just don't have that great of coverage for, as much as we rely on data as a planet, we just don't have that great of coverage. So anyway, let me get off my soapbox. Okay. That's there. All right. And record. Where'd my mouse go? There it is. Okay. Another nice thing about Home Assistant is it can be stalled. It can be stalled. Another really nice thing about Home Assistant is it can be stalled. Oh my gosh, I said it again. Another really nice thing about Home Assistant is it can be stalled. Another really nice thing about Home Assistant is it can be installed on a multitude of various hardware platforms, and it's really, really flexible depending on what your needs are in your local environment. Now, there are just all these different ways, and there's not even one way to install it. So you don't just have to pick your hardware, but you have to pick your method too. What we're going to use is something called HAS.io, HomeAssistant.io, and this is an all-inclusive operating system. It actually uses containerization. It's actually really powerful what it does, but it allows us to have a single purpose install of Home Assistant. Now, you can also install it via package on like a traditional Linux computer. If you already have a computer and you really want Home Assistant to go on that, you can install it via package, but I really don't recommend it because if we use HAS.io, it's just all inclusive. The entire computer is dedicated to using Home Assistant. We don't have to worry about conflicts with other packages or other things on our system. It's just really a nice way to go. And even if we decide to use HAS.io, there's a bunch of different things that we can do. We can install it in a Docker container. If you're a Docker person, you can use a Docker container, and you do have to do things like map USB ports if you want to do like external Z-Wave or Zigbee, that sort of thing. But it's possible and very viable to put it in Docker. If you need something a little more powerful than the traditional Raspberry Pi, we're actually going to use Raspberry Pi when we set up ours because I like how small they are, efficient they are, cheap they are. They're fairly powerful, but if that's not powerful enough, you can also use like an Intel. You can also use an Intel NUC, which can be all the way up to like an i7 processor, and it'll allow you some serious power, especially if you want to install other things in HAS.io, because you can install add-on packages like a DHCP server, DNS server, a web server, whatever it is you want to do, you can install. And if you do something like that, you're going to want something a little more powerful like an Intel NUC. But the Raspberry Pi is the most common way to install HAS.io or Home Assistant in general, and that's what we're going to do, again, because it's affordable, it's cheap, it's reliable, it's fairly powerful. I mean, if you have a dedicated Raspberry Pi, especially like a Raspberry Pi 4, you're going to have a lot of power, and you're not going to really run out of compute space unless you're doing things like a lot of add-on packages like I mentioned. So this is what we're going to do, but you need to know you can do a lot of different things. You can use Docker, a standalone computer, etc., etc. Raspberry Pi, though, that's where the jam is, and that's what we're going to do. In fact, we're going to use just a Raspberry Pi 3, mainly because I already have a few in in my drawer here. This is actually the device we're going to use. We're going to use a 32 gigabyte card, and make sure that if you're doing it, you have the proper powerful enough port. So this is from CanaKit. This is actually a 2.5 amp micro USB adapter, and that's really what you're going to want if you're going to do this long term. You don't want to just plug it into a computer or a random cell phone charger. It really needs the power that a dedicated power supply will give it. In fact, some of the new ones are even like 5.1 volts to make sure that there's the full 5 volts that are going to the machine itself. But this is what we're going to use, and if you're using something different, just know that your install process is going to be a little bit different, but once it's set up, the using it is exactly the same. So if you use a different method than we're going to use and you use something other than a Raspberry Pi, just know that your procedures for installing things are going to be a little bit different. You're going to use, a different image when you create your bootable flash drive or you install it on USB or whatever. But again, the end product is going to be the same. So whatever your end goal is, use an appropriate hardware to do that. And if you don't really have an end goal in mind, I recommend a Raspberry Pi because they're awesome, they're powerful, and they're affordable. I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. I hope this has been affordable for you. Okay. What's that? So I have 3 Raspberry Pis, and at one point I had 5 U2 family member. Yeah. So I don't have any Raspberry Pi 4s yet. So I recorded with my down cam here, but this is still in a box, Raspberry Pi 3. This is in a case, Raspberry Pi 3. I have another one that's over in the box, another Raspberry Pi 3. I haven't really had a need to get a 4 yet. That doesn't mean I don't want one, but I'm going to keep using these. I actually have the original. I'm going to show you something. Cody, I don't think that you were here for my whole Raspberry Pi in Austria debacle, but so years ago when the Raspberry Pi first came out, specifically when the one with Ethernet came out, the Raspberry Pi B that had Ethernet, there was a company in Austria that would co-locate and host a Raspberry Pi device for free for anybody who sent it there. Now this is like 6 years ago, and this is still one of the original Raspberry Pi B, Model B or B Plus or whatever, with the first one with the Ethernet anyway. And it used like a full-size SD card instead of a micro SD. Anyway, I bought one of these and sent it to Austria, and for 6 years I used it. And it's just nice to have a little computer in the cloud with a dedicated IPv4 static IP address. It's just awesome, right? Well, the first live stream I did on Wednesday, I was going to SSH into it and it wouldn't respond. And so I went to the web-based thing and tried to reboot it, dead. So it turns out that after 6 years of use, the SD card just croaked, right? Because it wasn't a high quality SD card back then. It was just whatever you could get 6 years ago. And so I figured, well, it's dead. They're not going to do anything. I emailed them and it took like 3 weeks for them to get back with me. And they said, hey, you know what? If you send an SD card pre-installed, we'll just pop it in for you. And that's fine. I'm like, whoa. So I actually still had one of the original Model Bs in my drawer. And so I got an SD card that's designed for surveillance cameras. It's like it's designed to be written over and over and over and over 24/7. So it's really high quality and it isn't going to wear out as fast as the standard ones that you get at the store. So I installed it in here. I set up my system, installed it. I also got a USB stick that's like SLI, I think is the technology. Basically the stuff that lasts far longer than a standard USB stick. It's again designed for surveillance cameras and stuff so that you can write over it for years and not have to worry about it dying. And I packaged them both up and I sent it. It took like a month and a half and I never heard anything back. I'm like, it's a bummer. I spent $100 on this SD card and USB drive, but whatever, it is what it is. Then finally I reached out and I said, hey, I just wonder, did you ever get it? It showed that it was delivered. And the guy in charge said, oh, I don't know. I'm going to the data center. I'll look. And the next week he emailed me back and said, hey, we installed it. It was there. I put it in and sure enough, it went online. So now kermit.brainofsean.com is my Raspberry Pi in Austria that after several months of being offline came back. So anyway, I'm a big fan of Raspberry Pis. No, they're not doing the co-location thing anymore. But I can't believe they actually put it in and they're still hosting it for me for free. They're just awesome. So anyway, yeah, I'm going to use a Raspberry Pi 3 because I have so many of them that's the thing to do. So anyway, I'm going to edit this. The next step is I'm going to show how to actually install HAS.io on the micro SD card. All right, sorry if somebody switched that. There. Okay, add file. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That entire nugget, I had it on the wrong camera. I'm such an idiot. All right, second verse, same as the first. Oh, I'm such a moron. Okay. I should be an expert on this by now. Oh, I gotta let the dog in. She's barking and it's gonna show up. Come on, puppies. You too, Phoebe. Good girl. All right, well, let's do this all over again. Another really nice thing about Home Assistant is that you can install it on a multitude of various hardware options out there. And not only are there multiple hardwares that you can install it on, there's actually different ways to install Home Assistant as well. Now, we are going to specifically install Home Assistant using HAS.io, and we're going to do it on a Raspberry Pi. However, it's important to know that HAS.io is just an operating system, and it uses actually containerization and stuff for updates, but it's just an all-in-one standalone operating system that just runs Home Assistant. So you can use HAS.io on a multitude of different platforms too. You can actually install HAS.io on an Intel NUC. Let's say you need a lot of power, like an i7 processor. You can use an Intel, what did I, NCU, that's not right. You can use an Intel NUC if you need the power of like i7 or something with, if you want to install a lot of add-ons, like have your DHCP server and your DNS server and a web server and all those things running on your same Home Assistant machine, you can use something powerful like a NUC. Like I said, we're going to use a Raspberry Pi. They're fairly powerful, especially the newer ones. And as long as you don't plan to run your entire network off of it, it's nice to have Home Assistant on its own platform, and a Raspberry Pi is powerful enough to do most things. Now, you can also install it in a Docker container. Let's say you don't have a Raspberry Pi or don't want one more piece of hardware to worry about. You can install it in Docker. You do have to worry about like mapping USB devices into an internal container if you want to do things like have a Z-Wave stick on the, to access Z-Wave, stuff like that. But it is possible to do it on Docker. And also, you don't have to do the full operating system for Home Assistant. You can just install the Home Assistant packages onto an existing Linux system. Let's say you just have one Linux server. You don't want to install any more servers. You don't want to manage any more servers. You can install the packages that are Home Assistant on your existing server. The problem is you sometimes run into conflicts with different libraries and stuff where it's really nice for Home Assistant to live on its own computer. And for us, that computer is going to be, like I said, a Raspberry Pi. It's cheap, it's powerful, it's used widely, so there's lots of support if you're using Raspberry Pi as your platform. And we're going to install the HAS.io full operating system of Home Assistant onto a Raspberry Pi. Now we're specifically going to use a Raspberry Pi 3 Model B. The reason we're using this is because I happen to have a bunch of them. This is a brand new one in a box. This is one in a case. I actually have more in the drawer over there. But we're going to use this. It's plenty powerful enough for almost everything you're going to do automation-wise. But if you have a Raspberry Pi version 4, by all means, use that. It's going to work even better and be more powerful. You're going to need at least a 32 gigabyte micro SD card, which is what we have here, and that's just to make sure you have room for log files and all those sorts of things. And then your power adapter. It's really important that you have a power adapter that supplies at least 2.5 amps, and you're also going to want something that is designed for a Raspberry Pi if possible. Don't just use like a cell phone charger, because even if they say they supply the right amount of amps, they often don't. And that 5 volts, in fact, some of the new ones from KanaKit are going to provide actually 5.1 volts just to make sure that you have enough voltage and amperage to consistently power them. You don't want power fluctuations to cause your Raspberry Pi to crash. So be sure you have a dedicated power supply, even though it uses micro USB that you can get from like a cell phone charger. I don't recommend using a cell phone charger. So this is what we're going to use. If you're using an Intel NUC or Docker or whatever else you're going to use, it might be slightly different, but thankfully in the end, once it's installed, it's going to function the same regardless of what your hardware underneath looks like. I just recommend the Raspberry Pi because they're ubiquitous, they're affordable, they're powerful, they're just awesome. So choosing what hardware you pick might just be a matter of looking what's in your office drawer to see if you have like a Raspberry Pi laying around, or you may want to actually buy something new like an Intel NUC, or just use a Docker container if you already have a Docker system. I recommend the Raspberry Pi just because they're simple, they're powerful, they don't use a lot of electricity, and then you have self-contained install of Home Assistant that you don't have to worry about interfering with other things on a system. Anyway, I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing. There, at least I recorded the right thing that time. I'm losing my voice. It happens every day. Every day I record all day and talk all day, I start to lose my voice. You'd think that by now my voice would be stronger, but you'd be wrong. Okay. Minimize you. Copy you. All right, add video files. Another really nice thing about Home Assistant is that you can install it on a multitude of various hardware options out there. And not only are there multiple hardwares that you can install it on, there's actually different ways to install Home Assistant as well. Now we are going to specifically install Home Assistant using HAS.io, and we're going to do it on a Raspberry Pi. However, it's important to know that HAS.io is just an operating system, and it uses actually containerization and stuff for updates, but it's just an all-in-one standalone operating system that just runs Home Assistant. So you can use HassIO on a multitude of different platforms too. You can actually install HassIO on an Intel NUC. Let's say you need a lot of power, like an i7 processor. You can use an Intel NUC if you need the power of like i7 or something. An i7 processor. You can actually install HassIO. You can use an Intel NUC if you need the. You can actually install HassIO on a multitude of different platforms too. You can use an on an Intel different platforms too. You can actually install HassIO. You can use an Intel NUC if you need the power of HassIO on a multitude of different platforms too. You can you can actually you can use HassIO on a multitude of different platforms. You can use an Intel NUC if you need the power of like i7 or something with, if you want to install a lot of add-ons, like have your DHCP server and your DNS server and a web server, and all those things running on your same Home Assistant machine, you can use something powerful like a NUC. Like I said, we're going to use a Raspberry Pi. They're fairly powerful, especially the newer ones. And as long as you don't plan to run your entire network off of it, it's nice to have Home Assistant on its own platform, and a Raspberry Pi is powerful enough to do most things. Now, you can also install it in a Docker container. Let's say you don't have a Raspberry Pi or don't want one more piece of hardware to worry about. You can install it in Docker. You do have to worry about like mapping USB devices into an internal container if you want to do things like have a Z-Wave stick on the, to access Z-Wave, stuff like that. But it is possible to do it on Docker. And also, you don't have to do the full operating system for Home Assistant. You can just install the Home Assistant packages onto an existing Linux system. Let's say you just have one Linux server, you don't want to install any more servers, you don't want to manage any more servers, you can install the packages that are Home Assistant on your existing server. The problem is you sometimes run into conflicts with different libraries and stuff where it's really nice for Home Assistant to live on its own computer. And for us, that computer is going to be, like I said, a Raspberry Pi. It's cheap, it's powerful, it's used widely, so there's lots of support if you're using Raspberry Pi as your platform. And we're going to install the HassIO full operating system of Home Assistant onto a Raspberry Pi. Now we're onto a Raspberry Pi. Now we're specifically going to use a Raspberry Pi 3 Model B. The reason we're using this is because I happen to have a bunch of them. This is a brand new one in a box. This is one in a case. I actually have more in the drawer over there. But we're going to use this. It's plenty powerful enough for almost everything you're going to do automation-wise. But if you have a Raspberry Pi version 4, by all means, use that. It's going to work even better and be more powerful. You're going to need at least a 32 gigabyte micro SD card, which is what we have here, and that's just to make sure you have room for log files and all those sorts of things. And then your power adapter. It's really important that you have a power adapter that supplies at least 2.5 amps, and you're also going to want something that is designed for a Raspberry Pi if possible. Don't just use like a cell phone charger, because even if they say they supply the right amount of amps, they often don't. And that 5 volts, in fact, some of the new ones from KanaKit are going to provide actually 5.1 volts just to make sure that you have enough voltage and amperage to consistently power them. You don't want power fluctuations to cause your Raspberry Pi to crash. So be sure you have a dedicated power supply, even though it uses micro USB that you can get from like a cell phone charger. I don't recommend using a cell phone charger. So this is what we're going to use. If you're using an Intel NUC or Docker or whatever else you're going to use, it might be slightly different, but thankfully in the end, once it's installed, it's going to function the same regardless of what your hardware underneath looks like. I just recommend the Raspberry Pi because they're ubiquitous, they're affordable, they're powerful, they're just awesome. They're just awesome. So choosing what hardware you pick might just be a matter of looking what's in your office drawer to see if you have like a Raspberry Pi laying around, or you may want to actually buy something new like an Intel NUC, or just use a Docker container if you already have a Docker system. I recommend the Raspberry Pi just because they're simple, they're powerful, they don't use a lot of electricity, and then you have a self-contained install of HomeAssistant that you don't have to worry about interfering with other things on a system. Anyway, I hope this has been informative for you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
That'll work.
That'll do, pig. All right, save project, export video. Let's see. So I originally set up an RPI for a desktop and it was good and slow. Yeah, as a desktop, I'm not a big fan of Raspberry Pis. I mean, I get it in their, for demonstration purposes, they're good, but I like things to function quicker if it's my actual, like, desktop device. Oh, it's a Unify controller. I don't really have Unify devices. Oh, Unify controller. Oh, man, I do, actually. I'm a huge Unify guy. In fact, it turns out a lot of the CBT Nuggets trainers are huge Ubiquity fans, and that was just by coincidence, not by design. Like Jeremy Char and I were at a Trainer Palooza a couple of years back, and he's a big Cisco guy, and I'm a big Linux guy, and we were just talking like, yeah, and I said, honestly, at home, I know you'd think I would use like a Linux router to do my stuff. I said, but I use all Ubiquity stuff. It's so powerful. It's affordable. It's just rock solid. And he's like, oh, no way. I'm a Cisco guy, but at home I use all Ubiquity stuff too. So, yeah, Unify is awesome. Oh, why did that not work? I'm going to try this again. Export video. Huh. All right, it's exporting now. Anyway, yeah, Unify is awesome. I only have in my house here, I only have 2 access points, and I use the AC light access points because for me, that's fine. I don't have enough devices that I need something more powerful than that. I really want the Unified Dream Machine, and a lot of the trainers are now buying them, and my daughter just got married, so I don't have I don't have cash to buy a Unified Dream Machine, even if they are awesome. But the Unify stuff, yeah, I have my Unify controller is running on Linux, and it worked good. At my farmhouse, I have all Ubiquity stuff. My farmhouse, that's a whole nother story. I bought it using Bitcoin a couple of years back for a ministry opportunity, and I'm not able to use it anymore. But anyway, it's wired really well. And I have a Unify Protect, the cameras out there for security cameras since I don't live out there. And then also I have a bunch of access points and PoE switches and stuff for the cameras. So out at the farm, it's actually more robust, but using Unify as well. I'm just a huge fan. It's just rock solid. The only problem I've ever had with Unify is for some reason, the Unify access points and Apple iPhones, sometimes like it just seems to hang on the network. Like I'll be connected, but packets just won't go through, and it's super annoying. And there's all sorts of like things online. You look, oh, shut this off, shut that off, turn this off, turn that feature off. And I've done all that, and it works 98% of the time. But every so often, I'll be doing something on my phone, and it'll be connected to Wi-Fi, but I like can't get on the internet, and so I'll turn off Wi-Fi. Works perfectly fine on LTE. So anyway. Old Unify video with the Unify application server. Yes. So the old Unify video stuff, that's what I was using. And then I got the new, well, it's not new anymore, but it was like an all-in-one thing that has Unify Protect and a hard drive and the Unify controller all built into a tiny little PoE device. And so I put that at my farmhouse, and it's working really well with the new Unify Protect. I like Protect. It works a little bit better for me accessing the cameras remotely. When I had just the Unify video, I could connect, but like the video streams wouldn't start. Yes, Cloud Key Gen 2 Plus. That's exactly what's at my farm now with Unify Protect. But the Unify video, it would work, but a lot of times the camera feed wouldn't start, or it would take like 30 seconds before I would get any video. And so it was just a little bit unreliable, whereas with Unify Protect it seems to be more solid when it comes to remotely viewing cameras, like with the mobile app from My House in Town, that sort of thing. All right, that worked. Let's see if I have yet. Oh, I have it there. Look at that. My skill is ready to add videos to. Oh, hey, Andy. So far, so good. We're doing Home Assistant today, and it's pretty fun. I actually left the wrong camera on, recording an entire nugget, so I had to re-record it, but such is life. So at one point I had the Dell R710 running Ubuntu Server Unified Video running on it. One partition, yeah, for video storage. I did it with the FS test, so it would mount each time when it rebooted. Oh, yeah, yeah, I had the video. Like I said, I had mixed luck with it. Whereas the Unify Protect, which you can install Unify Protect on your own, which is weird. That's kind of unubiquity like, right? Normally they supply their things as a package, but Unify Protect, they're making it only on their own hardware for some reason. Maybe that was one of the reasons. Maybe they were having problems with the video depending on the hardware it was installed on. So maybe you didn't have problems with yours on your Dell R710, and I had problems with mine on my generic who knows what I installed it on. So anyway. All right. Back to this. Let's see. What was the first one? Why Home Assistant? When it comes to automation and the Internet of Things, there are many platforms to build on. For our purposes, I wanted something that functions without the need for a third-party cloud service. So, Home Assistant is what we'll be building our IoT projects on. In this nugget, I explain the rationale behind choosing Home Assistant over other options. Alright, put a video. Oh, welcome back, Lewis. I don't know if you were here when I recorded an entire nugget with the wrong camera on, so I had to record it again, but yeah. Lewis, I'm so sorry. That sort of thing is happening here as well. I haven't noticed meat, but I don't buy meat, but I've mentioned on like Twitter and stuff. So hand sanitizer has been sold out of every store, brick and mortar and online store now for weeks. You can't get hand sanitizer if you wanted it. Frustratingly, if you just bought soap, there's plenty of soap in the store. Nobody wants to wash their hands with soap, but anyway. So yeah, hand sanitizer, and then let's see, powdered milk, oddly enough, completely gone. Powdered milk is gone in the stores. Bottles of alcohol, after the home hand sanitizer disappeared, then people started buying the, like the 99% isopropyl alcohol. So you can't get bottles of alcohol anymore because they're making hand sanitizer themselves. And let's see, what else? Oh, toilet paper, which is ridiculous. Again, why is there a run on toilet paper? This isn't like a hurricane that's happening, right? But I think the issue is it's being taken seriously by governments, and the media is covering it a lot. So people feel they're worried. They feel like they need to do something, and it doesn't feel like enough just to wash your hands regularly. They feel like they need to do something, and so they panic and just try to buy everything they might possibly need to survive in the case of the zombie apocalypse. And it's sad, but I think it makes sense. People feel helpless, and so they want to do something, even if that thing they're doing isn't rational. So anyway, I thankfully the other day I bought a big package of toilet paper, so we have toilet paper at the house. As far as food stuff goes, I don't know what's going to happen there, but anyway. I do apologize that it's kind of hitting you there too. Cody, it's pretty chill in Oklahoma. That's actually good to know. So I don't recommend that you panic buy stuff, but make sure you have toilet paper, because while it's not going to be a shortage anytime soon, in the immediate future, your stores might sell out of toilet paper. So just make sure you have enough to get through a couple weeks of people panic buying all the toilet paper in the store. And Lewis, I also have a bidet, so I don't use nearly as much toilet paper. Everybody else who's out there who may be American and not be familiar with a bidet, it's the most amazing thing you can do for your tushy. I have no idea why I've spent the bulk of my life without having a bidet. They're stinking amazing. Yeah, get a bidet. I cannot recommend it enough. Anyway, that's enough of my my public toilet service announcement. Bidets are awesome. Oh, text message. My monitor is on its way. Okay, what time is our pig meeting? Oh, I missed it. Oh well. We have a product innovation group meeting that everybody's in the company is welcome to attend, and I just saw the notification of it, and it's almost over. So I'm not going to be attending that. People should step back and breathe. I know. But again, people want to do something. They feel like they need to be doing something. And I know I keep talking about it, but I'm actually one of the people who's at risk. I have really bad lungs. I have compromised lungs. And so catching the coronavirus would be a big deal for me. But I'm just doing things smart, right? Washing my hands regularly, trying not to touch my face. I'm avoiding really crowded areas. I'm not like sequestering myself, but at the same time, I'm just trying to be wise. I don't know. I feel for people who are panicking because they want to do something and they don't know what to do, so they buy all the powdered milk in the store, which, whatever. Okay, quiz question. Choosing hardware for Home Assistant. Home Assistant will install on a number of hardware devices, including virtualization solutions. In this nugget, we will look at some of the options along with explaining the rationale behind our installation platform. Home Assistant will install on the following platforms. Alexa, what is 20 degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
20 degrees Celsius is 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow, Lewis, that is an incredibly nice day. All right, next up. Oh, actually, somebody's at the door. I'll be right back. back. Oh, my daughter's popped in to say hello. Alrighty. Alexa, what's the temperature?
Right now, it's 37 degrees Fahrenheit.
It's
Tonight, expect a low of 32 degrees.
it's 37 here. Installing. Downloaded for your particular hardware. It's flashed on to the SD card and then booted. Now, the thing that I'm really concerned about, what I don't, okay, I'll tell you my problem that I'm going to face now. So I have another HDMI capture device so that I'm going to be able to show the Raspberry Pi screen, like via HDMI, like the output, so I can see how it boots. However, it does it really high resolution, and it's kind of awkward to see. What I wonder is it possible to put on the Raspberry Pi image in a config file a way to tell the frame buffer to use like 800 by 600 or something like that? So I'm going to try to figure that out. No, not that. Oh yeah, HDMI mode. Nice. Ooh. So it looks like I'm going to be able to define exactly how big it'll go. Like 480. Oh, this is sweet. Oh, I'm pretty excited about this. So, huh. Hmm. Okay. So, oh, come on, there we go. Okay, HomeAssistant.io. I-O, 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 I-O. It's off to work for you. Oh, and then I gotta get... Alright, so this is just going to be prepping. This is just going to be flashing the initial drive. I'm not going to show the boot up process in this. That'll be the next nugget. Alright, and I do normally try to stop this at 3 p.m. Eastern, so I'm going to keep streaming for another hour, so obviously you can watch me, but I don't think I'm going to get this skill completed today, and that's fine. We did a lot of good stuff today. So anyway, we're going to flash right now, though. Well, not like flash you, but we're going to flash the SD card. Yeah, okay. Dogs are very excited about something. install first to make sure that my network is going to handle having 2 Home Assistants on it at the same time. It's flashing. My favorite OS for the Raspberry Pi. I usually just install Noobs and then Raspbian. I don't use it for a desktop though. I just use it as like a server platform. So I'll usually just install Noobs because it's easy, and then just Raspbian, the latest version. I don't remember what the latest version is. It's Slinky. I don't even know. Whatever the latest version of it is, whatever Debian-based thing it is, and then I install the minimal version, so it's headless. Again, I don't want any GUI stuff, and that's usually what I do. But for Home Assistant, obviously, we're going to use we're going to use Hasio, the Has operating system, which is just a minimal operating system, and then they actually use Docker internally for all of their things. But Hasio is awesome, and that's what it is. Which ones have you tested and used? Mainly just the standard Raspbian that you install with Noobs is what I use on Raspberry Pi, unless I'm doing Home Assistant. I'm a Debian guy though, so I really like Debian-based operating systems. So that's kind of like my comfort zone. Oh, you know what? I guess I didn't have to do this. Obviously, the flashing part is going to work good. They're probably on software. Oh, really? So they don't use Balena Etcher anymore? Etcher is just awesome. But I know they are a company, so I don't know. It's probably based off their GitHub repository. I think Etcher was open source and probably is still open source. I'm guessing if they use their own, that's what it's based on. Because I mean, Etcher is just the cat's meow when it comes to formatting and imaging SD cards. I remember back in the day, we used to have to like just use DD to copy it over to the SD card. They just, yeah, they made their own just because. Probably because, so Belina Etcher, it was just Etcher.io for a long time, and its icon was like the record, you know, where you etch the record. But Belina then kind of commercialized it, and now while you use Belina Etcher, there's like a little ad for their audio Raspberry Pi thing where you can purchase and sync audio and stuff. It's like make your own Sonos device using Raspberry Pis. So maybe that's why they decided to roll their own, because Belina started advertising during the process. Again, that's just a guess, though. They still let you. Belina still lets you use it, and it. I mean, it doesn't force you to do anything other than look at their ad. Complete. Close. Hey, Gavin. Everything is going pretty well. It's kind of a fun day. I didn't go as quickly as I'd like today, but that's all right. We're installing Home Assistant, and I'm trying to go piece by piece to make it good videos for CBT Nuggets. But, yeah, it's going well. Come on, Raspberry Pi, boot up. Do I have a bad Raspberry Pi? That would be unfortunate. Huh. Okay, let's try another one. I did have one Raspberry Pi that was outside of my bird cam for a long time. Oh, crap. Oh, dang. Anyway, it was outside for a long time, and I think it got damaged, so maybe that's what that one was. We'll see if this one boots up. Seriously? Why is my Raspberry Pi not booting? It's a bad SD card? Doesn't seem possible. What the heck? Bad SD card? That's gonna tick me off. Generic mass storage device. No, whole thing. Oh, I think it's because it's using a GUI ID partition map. I'm surprised that Belina Etcher didn't take care of that. Alright. Let's try this again, shall we? Really would have expected Belina Etcher to complain. Alright, try that one more time. Let's see. The Linux profile on CBT for the exam. So yes, and let me. So let me send you, actually, let me put a link right in here to the exact right spot. So there are two Linux Plus playlists. I think it still has the incorrect name on the old LPIC one that was Linux Plus. But if you follow this link exactly, this will take you to the new CompTIA Linux Plus, the XKO004. And yes, that prepares you for the entire exam, and it's just one exam for Linux Plus now. Hold on. Absolutely, Gavin, no problem. And sorry, there is still confusion if you search for Linux Plus. I think it still shows both of them, but that is definitely the link to the newest. The nice thing is I saw on the Linux Plus playlist, if you go there, we actually do have Transcender exams that, like practice exams too, which is really cool. I didn't take the Transcender practice exams, but I mean, I took the actual exam. I really enjoyed the test. I know I've talked about it before on the live stream. I really, really do like the new Linux Plus exam. And I'm glad that it's just one single exam instead of needing two like you did before when it was the Linux Plus powered by LPI, when you had to take two exams to get the certification. I like it much better. Okay, keep on flashing. Flash, 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 flash. It's good that I did this because now I'm going to be able to make a point of saying be sure that it's using the actual master boot record partition scheme instead of GPT, if indeed this works, which I suspect it will. Keep on validating. Oh, I don't even need this one anymore. HDMI and still not booting. This is unsettling. Did I get the wrong image? Raspberry Pi B Plus. Did I download the wrong? I mean, it's possible. That's what I got. B and the B Plus 32-bit. That's a B Plus. That's what I downloaded. I don't know. I thought it. Yeah, I should extract it first. see. Can you take practice exam? I think you can take the practice exam. You have to look when you go to the thing. I think there's a link directly to it, and that's honestly I would try just to see like, hey, how much of this do I know, kind of thing. Yeah, and that's a really great idea actually, because what's the point? What's the downside of taking it early? All right, trying one more time to flash this. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna have to get another SD card somewhere. Apparently I don't have another 32 gig card, so I might use a 64 gig card, which is a bit overkill, but whatever. Yeah, this is actually a really nice USB thing that I got for, it's actually from the, I don't know, we'll see. Oh, this actually does say it's a Kana kit, but I don't know why it wouldn't. I mean, I guess I could try flashing it on with another USB thing. That's actually a good idea. Thank you, Cody. If that doesn't do it, I will flash it. So what I did, see, normally Belina Etcher will flash directly the .gz file, like it will extract it while it flashes. I extracted it, and now I'm just trying to flash the actual IMG file. See if that does it. If it doesn't do it, then that's a great idea. I will actually try to flash it using a different SD reader, and go from there. So this is all the GoPro footage from my daughter's wedding, I think. Yeah. I have that backed up though. Let me double check before I erase it. Yep, I have all that. So this can be deleted. And reject you. All right. And if it is a bad USB thing, totally giving you credit, Cody, in the Nugget. All right. It validates just fine, but it will not boot. 2 different Raspberry Pis. So you guys, you have a Raspberry Pi 4, anybody? How are they compared to a Raspberry Pi 3? Are they significantly faster feeling? I mean, they're starting to be like pretty beefy computers. I do have an issue with the Raspberry Pi 3. If I use the camera, you know, the Raspberry Pi camera, and I try to live stream from that, like as an RTSP server, it doesn't really keep up very well. It drops frames. So, oh, it overheats the processor. Now that's interesting. Do the kits come with heatsink things to put on them? Guess I can go to chat time when we talk. Come on, validate, validate. Oh, another one down. Halfway done with my water intake for the day with my low-tech water tracking monitor thing. All right. Great, now it's not responding in a different way. Yeah, it just does not like that. All right. We will test your theory, Cody. All right, we're flashing it on a different computer with a different SD card reader. Chemical metal heat sink like device, but they still overheat. You can buy a really good heat sink. Oh, okay. Oh, like a better heat sink. I wonder, I mean, you could probably even mount like fans of some sort on them, but then how do you power that? Because they're not very powerful devices. Anyway, but better heat sinks would be cool. That's interesting that they overheat, though. I've never known that to be a problem with Raspberry Pis. Of course, I imagine it also depends on how you're using it and where you're using it and what you're doing with it. I know normally I'd be closing down the live stream right about now, but I want to get this booted. I want to make sure that we can boot the SD card. It's kind of cool that I'm having all these issues because I can mention them during the training, like, hey, if you're having problems with this, I couldn't get it to format properly, and Cody in the live stream mentioned I should try a different SD reader, so hopefully this will just do it. Geek Pi Raspberry Pi cooling fan. I actually am going to look for that because I'm just waiting for this to flash, so... Oh, neat. So it is a little fan, and it just runs off the GPIO pins. A little fan. It actually works on Raspberry Pi 3B and the 3B Plus along with the 4B, so that's nice. Oh, it comes with both adapters for fitting on them both. Huh. That's pretty neat. Not terribly expensive either. I mean, $12 if it really does that good of a job. Oh, they have like super intense ones too. The Ice Tower. It like mounts sideways and there's like a... That's amazing. Yeah, that one looks amazing. Oh yeah, no case. But the so they have two. They have one that's just a tiny little flat black fan for $12, but then this $22.90 or $22.90. There's like this massive bolt-on upright copper tube heat sink with a sideways blowing fan and everything that I imagine really does it. Plus it has a background light. You know, I bet that was in my USB box. Where is... Oh, there we go, USB cables. No, that's not where it is. I wonder where it was. So somewhere I have a really nice SD card reader using USB. The problem is the one that I'm flashing on now is USB-C, and I don't have a USB-C port on this computer. All right, one successful flash drive. Let's see. All right, moment of truth. I think it's a bad SD card. Which is weird because it validates. I just don't understand that. Yeah, USB-C memory card. That's the problem. So I have a really nice USB-C. The problem is I don't have a USB-C port on this computer that I'd be recording with. But I have a bunch of them around. And I'm now suspecting that it's not the SD card reader because on the other one it still wouldn't boot up right. So I don't know what the deal is. This might just be a bad card. which means I have to go to the store and buy another one because I don't want to use my 64 gig card. That's a really high speed card that I use in my Insta360 camera. But thankfully a 32 gig card is pretty cheap nowadays. All right, you know what? I will be right back. I'll be right back. let's go for a moment of truth number 2. Oh, great, I can't get the card out of the reader. There you go. Oh, let's see. Bad card, yeah. Do you have a micro center in your area? I've never even heard of a micro center, unfortunately, so no. Yeah, also like Fry's Electronics. I know like Chuck, Network Chuck, one of our trainers, like I think he went to Fry's. I don't know, but I'm jealous of people who can go to like Fry's. We don't even have a Best Buy. The closest Best Buy is an hour and a half drive away. I mean, I like living in a rural, small town, northern Michigan, but there are disadvantages, and unfortunately that's one of them. We used to live in a bigger city, not huge city, but Grand Rapids, Michigan's not too small, and it was nice to have all the stores, but I actually prefer to live in a small town. So anyway, moment of truth. All right. I've flashed 100 SD cards for Raspberry Pis in my time. I've downloaded the image twice. So, do you want to know what the deal was? Pretty embarrassing. Pretty humiliating. That was a Raspberry Pi 2, because my drawer is full of Raspberry Pis. That was a 2. This is Raspberry Pi 3. I bet you that 32 gig card is going to boot up immediately upon my first try. I can be such an idiot. Well, shock and awe, it booted right up. I don't want to talk about it. Hey, at least I don't have to buy a 32 gig card, right? Because the brand new Raspberry Pi 3 that I had works just fine. Ugh. So frustrated with myself. And with that, now that I know that it works and I know what was wrong, I will shut down the live stream for the day. I'm going to go have a cup of tea and curse at myself a little bit. I'll see everybody next week. I'm going to record this week. I'm going to, it's not here. It's charging actually in my bedroom. But I'm going to, if you were here earlier and I was talking about like, I think that the coronavirus thing is going to change the way that we do conferences in the future, even once that settles down. So this week I am going to record some VR 180 stuff. And I want to, I'm hoping that if you follow me on the channel, you can get a notification. If you have a way to look at it in 3D and a way to look at it in 2D, I'm hoping that we can find a sweet spot. So if people want to be immersed and watch something in 3D, they can. But if they just want to watch it in a window on their computer, they can. So I'm going to post a video to see how it works when it's posted, if it works good for people both ways. Let me know what you think in the comments there, or next week on Wednesday, or whatever. But I'm going to post something this week that's not a live stream. It's actually going to be an uploaded video. So anyway, I'll see you next week either way if you're around. And thanks again for tuning in. And Cody, specifically, thanks for helping me troubleshoot the SD card issue, which was just me being dumb, not realizing it was a Raspberry Pi 2 that I was working with. Have a good one.